Best Deli by the Food Network and Best Sandwich by People Magazine. Why wait? Order Tagliari Deli ahead of time today.
We at Automated Living must thank Western Montana for the success that we have seen. So thank you. As a company, we have grown so much that our current space is no longer going to work for us. We are building a new space in the North Reserve Pavilion that you may have seen right behind Firestone in Old Chicago and hope to be in it soon. Automated Living is hoping to supply you with a space that will wow you with the newest and most amazing technology offered for home or office. Please stop by as soon as you see the open sign. Automated Living, life made easy.
I'm all about keeping my family driving safe. Dad, pothole.
Got it.
So I insist we choose less Schwab tires for safety services like brakes, steering, and alignment. Stuff those cheap tire centers don't offer. Because I want a backseat drive with confidence. Dad, speed check.
Hit the road safely with Les Schwab and save up to $150 when you buy select tires with financing. Les Schwab Tires, celebrating 70 years of doing the right thing. Limited time offer. Terms and conditions apply. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
It's time for Missoula Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Missoula. We'll have live play-by-play coverage of all the Paddlehead baseball games this season. Now, your Paddlehead pregame show.
Well, with the weather, I'm not really sure what month it is, but we're ready for some Paddlehead baseball on ESPN Radio Missoula, 102.9 FM, and GoPaddleheads.com. We're here in the Garden City, Missoula, Montana, Allegiance Field, Ogren Park, for Game 1 of a 3-game series between the visiting Great Falls Voyagers and your Missoula Paddleheads. Glad to have everybody along with me on this Tuesday evening. Jeff Safford along for the ride with you as the Voyagers and Paddleheads get set to face off once again. Two very familiar foes. These two teams have already played 9 games against one another here in 2022. Including a stretch where it was 9 in a row, 9 games straight played between these two teams. It was a 3-game set at Centene Stadium in the late parts of March, or May rather, and then the two teams would then come to Missoula for a 6-game slate. Since then, Missoula has played 5 games, and what a 5 games it was for the Paddleheads. We're scheduled to play 6 last week opposite the Billings Mustangs. We'll get to that 6th missing game in just a moment. We touched on it on the broadcast last night, have a rescheduled game between the Paddleheads and Mustangs, but Missoula really got it going against the Mustangs last week. It started in the last game of that 6-game slate opposite the Great Falls Voyagers 2 weekends ago. Going into that series finale on a Sunday, opposite Great Falls, Missoula had lost 4 games in a row. Injuries had been piling up. Things were not looking all that promising. But on a Sunday afternoon, the Paddleheads put it together, ended the losing streak behind the man on the mound for Missoula tonight, Rafael Moncion. And since then, the Paddleheads haven't been beaten. They've won 6 games in a row coming into action tonight, and they'll look to get it rolling once again opposite this Great Falls club. But the Voyagers have proven to be a formidable opponent, not just for Missoula, but for other opponents in the Pioneer as well, as they are just a half game out of first place. Overall record sits at 13-5. Coming into action tonight, trailing the Idaho Falls Chuckers, who have a record of 13-4. And speaking of the Chuckers, I will be very curious to see how they do this week. They are facing off in a series with the Ogden Raptors, who lead the Southern Division, overall record of 10-6. And to this point, the Chuckers have played a lot of, frankly, weak opponents in the Pioneer League. They just finished up a 6-game slate opposite the Rocky Mountain Vibes. Vibes, overall record of 2-15, really struggled last season as well. Boise Hawks, the Southern Division champion from a season ago, they have also struggled mightily. Come into action tonight with a record of 5-12. So there's a couple of teams that the Chuckers have seen quite a bit of first part of the season. Not exactly the toughest opponents. So we'll see how the Chuckers fare against a squad that will be much more talented than some of the teams that they have already been facing off with this season. And speaking of the Chuckers, the Paddleheads, once again, the Paddleheads will see Idaho Falls for the first time a week from tonight to begin a 3-game series on the road at Melaleuca Field. So Missoula will very soon see what the Chuckers are all about. Just about ready to have the starting lineups on the field. Paddleheads and Voyagers, game 1 of a 3-game set. She's got the pump-up video airing on the big board in left center field. So, while we get ready to learn who the starters are for the Paddleheads, let's go ahead and take a look at who will be lacing them up for Tommy Thompson and these Great Falls Voyagers. Come in with a record of 13-5. Voyagers tonight are in their black uniforms with red numbers on the back, green numbers on the front. Trimmed in lime green. Getting things started in the starting 9 for Great Falls tonight will be Braden Daniel. Seems like just about every time you see the Great Falls Voyagers, you see the former Oklahoma Sooner lining things up. It's Daniel in center field. Colin Runge, the Western Oregon product, will bat second. He's at third base. Andy Atwood, team leader in batting average, bats third. He's a designated hitter. Actually, he's second in the team in batting order because the cleanup man, Riley Jepson, leads the team in batting average. What a season it's been for Jepson to this point. Tyler Krabbe bats fifth. He is the catcher with the Savannah Banana. Michael Deeb batting sixth. He is the left fielder. Batting seventh will be the former Hoya from Georgetown, Eddie McCabe. He's the second baseman with rookie Derek Colbush. Batting eighth, he's the right fielder. And Adam Oviedo winds out the order for these Great Falls Voyagers, with Shane Gustafson getting his fourth start of the year, second opposite the Missoula Paddleheads. Paddleheads are getting brought onto the field for the top half of the first, as I mentioned, by Sammy V. They are wearing their black Zootown uniforms this evening. Let's go ahead and see what the starting lineup for the Paddleheads has got lined up. Kevin Watley will lead things off. He's been on a nice roll offensively the last half dozen games or so. Watley at shortstop with McLean O'Connor batting second. Had a home run in that twin bill yesterday opposite the Mustangs. He is at second base with Cam Thompson batting third. Thompson is the third baseman. Welcome back, the big fella, Jason Newman, cleaning things up off the inactive list today. Newman back at first base with Nick Gatewood in the lineup at the DH spot. Keaton Greenwald bats sixth, the center fielder with Jared Akins. Smoking hot Jared Akins batting seventh. He's in right. Henderson Perez doing the catching, batting eighth, and Brandon Riley bats ninth. Rafael Moncion on the hill for Missoula, just about ready for the national anthem. We'll step away for that, and we'll bring you the first pitch of the ballgame right after this.
Satisfaction is guaranteed when you choose Missoula Realty. Locally owned and operated, the team at Missoula Realty has over 100 years of combined experience. As the old saying goes, it takes a village. And in this real estate market, it takes a team. See the difference a team can make. Call Missoula Realty today. Missoula Realty has a solution for every single client, from the experienced investor to the first-time homebuyer. But hey, don't take our word for it. Read unfiltered testimonials and reviews from our past clients online at ratedagent.com. Missoula Realty, 406-549-0094.
At Western Cider, it's all about great cider, good times, and community. As the official cider of the Paddleheads, Western Cider wants to get you to the game. Stop by Western Cider on a home game day, and you could win a free pair of tickets. Bring your Paddleheads enthusiasm to Western Cider on game day. Order a cider and be the first one to tell the bartender, "Go Paddleheads!" And a pair of tickets to that day's game are all yours. Western Cider, 501 North California Street. Open 4 to 8 Monday through Thursday and noon to 8 Friday through Saturday.
You follow their accomplishments on Nuanez Now. Watch them dominate fields, courts, and tracks of the Treasure State. Now catch up with Montana's best high school athletes as they prepare to continue their careers in college. Join me, Colter Nuanez, for the Senior Spotlight segment this summer on Nuanez Now. We will bring you exclusive interviews with Montana's high school stars as they look back on their prep triumphs and give updates on their plans and goals in college. The Senior Spotlight twice a week on Nuanez Now, proudly presented by Blaine McElmurray and McElmurray Homes.
How do you define strength? Is it physical? Or is it mental? Maybe it's both. Maybe it's whatever empowers a person to dig deeper, fight harder, and overcome obstacles that once seemed insurmountable. Discover how much stronger and more confident your children can be. Encourage them to participate in a sport when they go to high school.
This message presented by the Montana High School Association and the Montana Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Now back to Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio Missoula.
Just about set for the top half of the first inning here in the Garden City, Missoula, Montana. Voyagers and Paddleheads getting set for game one of a three-game series. Paddleheads have taken the field for the top half of the first. We have the national anthem. Will be Braden Daniel, Colin Runge, and Andy Atwood. 1, 2, 3 coming up for Tommy Thompson and the Voyagers. On the hill tonight for the Paddleheads will be the southpaw Venezuela native Rafael Moncion. Picked up his first win on the mound as a starting pitcher opposite these Voyagers a few weeks ago, start I alluded to on a Sunday afternoon. Moncion, 1-0 record in 3 starts with a 4.06 ERA. When he's on, you're going to see Moncion pound the zone early in the count, get ahead of hitters, a lot of ground balls and strikeouts. Braden Daniel into the box, a switch hitter, hitting from the right side. Open stance, we're ready to go. First pitch is on its way. It's a fastball that is a called strike on the outside corner. 0-1 the count. Umpires for tonight's game, Ray Bidwell behind the plate calling the balls and strikes, with William Minter and Jordan Smart out on the bases at first and third. 0-1 delivery is in tight for ball one. Evens the count, off speed from Moncion. Moncion, one of those pitchers that doesn't throw much of anything straight. You'll see movement left and right, up and down. 1-1 pitch is low and outside to make the count 2-1. Braden Daniel, average hovering around 300 first 17 games or so for Great Falls. 2-1 on the way is low part of the zone, called strike 2. On the outside, even it up. 297 average for Daniel, does have 10 RBIs, 5 doubles, 7 extra base hits overall, so pretty productive for a leadoff man. 2-2 count, Moncion rocks and throws. This one is a line shot, and that is just foul down the left field line. Count will stay even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. That ball well struck off the bat of Braden Daniel, but couldn't straighten it out fair. Missoula, pitching-wise, did a fantastic job in that 5-game stretch against the Mustangs. Just shut that offense down. The 2-2 pitch is off the outside to make the count 3-2. Missoula winning a twin bill yesterday. Doubleheader after 2 straight rainouts on Saturday and Sunday. 4-2 win in game 1, 9-3 in game 2. 3-2 pitch on the way is skipped in towards home plate. Braden Daniel will take the walk. That's a free pass to start things off. And that's something that the Voyagers offense, despite them being a very free swinging attack, a team that hunts fastballs early in the count to jump on them, the walks is something that they do extremely well at drawing. They've drawn as a team over 80 walks. First pitch to Colin Runge is low and outside. Makes the count 1 ball and no strikes. Colin Runge, 1-0, was college teammates with Croson in his time, in his college days. 1-0 pitch is a line drive into left field. Base hit off the bat of Runge, and this one's actually going to split the gap and roll all the way to the wall. They're going to wave Daniel around from third. Here comes the relay, nowhere near in time, and 2 batters into the game. The Voyagers have the run on the board. Score is 1-0. So a walk and a double immediately does damage in the top half of the first for Great Falls, as Andy Atwood will now jump into the box. So just what you're looking for if you're a Voyager fan. Quick start offensively. We've seen Missoula struggle against this Voyagers offense. Touched on the record for the Voyagers coming into tonight against the Paddleheads. 6-3 in 9 games played. As Andy Atwood steps in, very productive hitter. First pitch on the way is bunted. Third base side, foul. So Atwood trying to fool the Paddleheads in that spot. That was not a sacrifice attempt. That looked like a drag bunt from Atwood trying to bunt up the third base side. Mentioned the production from Atwood, second on the team in batting average at .375. Also leads the team in RBIs with 16. Already the Voyagers with a 1-0 lead, 2 batters into the game. The 0-1 from Monsione is down and in. Evens up the count at a ball and a strike. We'll keep an eye on what else is going on around the Pioneer League. Couple of fun matchups to look at. Mentioned the Raptors and the Chuckers. Also the Vibes and the Boise Hawks in action. Grand Junction Rockies facing off with the Northern Colorado Owls. The 1-1 pitch is skied into left center field, hit pretty well. Moving over is Greenwald into right center. It's actually going to be Akins making the catch in right center. Coming out of nowhere in right center field, Greenwald hit the deck. Hopefully he's all right. I don't think they collided in right center field, but it looks like it was going to be Greenwald all the way, and then Akins kind of came out of nowhere to make that play. Speaking of the defense, let's take a look at the rest of the defense for Missoula. Mentioned Greenwald in center, Akins in right, Brandon Riley in left field. That's your outfield from right to left. Left side of the infield occupied by Cam Thompson at third, Kevin Watley at shortstop, McLean O'Connor second base, Jason Newman at first, with Henderson Perez behind the plate doing the catching for Monsione. First pitch to Riley Jepson on the way, low and outside, makes the count 1-0. So there is one out now in the top half of the first, with Riley Jepson, a left-handed batter in the box. But there's also a runner on at third. It's Runge with one out. Infield for Missoula playing straight up. 1-0 the count to Jepson, and he swings and pops one up. Foul ground. This one will drift out of play over the top of the Missoula dugout. One and one the count. What a season it's been for Riley Jepson to this point. Returner from a season ago was very good swinging it last year for Tommy Thompson as well, but this year he's taken a step up. Team best .468 batting average. Outstanding. 1-1 pitch, swinging and a miss. Pitch on the inside. Jepson out in front of it. Makes the count 1-2. Jepson has just filled up the stat sheet with that .468 average. Go along with 8 extra base hits and 11 driven in. Also has played fabulous at first base defensively as well in games against Missoula. 1-2, 1-0 lead for the Voyagers. In the top of the first, pitch on the way is foul back. Kind of took a crazy ricochet. Not sure what that ball bounced off of on its way back to the backstop. I believe it may have been the protective gear of the umpire, Ray Bidwell. 1-2 is the count. One out, man at third base. An RBI double from Colin Runge brings home a run in this half inning for Great Falls. 1-2, taken, strike three, off speed on the outside part of the plate. Jepson goes down looking. Great pitch on the outside corner from Monsione to record the second out. That's a big second out for Monsione, now trying to get out of this frame, just allowing the one run. Tyler Krabby, the former Astros product, will now jump into the box. Another productive hitter in terms of runs driven in, second on the team in RBIs with 13. Does have a couple of home runs. One came in this ballpark. First pitch on the way, Breaking ball. Apparently low for ball one. Ball no strikes the count. One of 3 games to be played Thursday, Friday. Weather's supposed to be much warmer. Touched on how cold it is tonight. If you live in the Missoula area, you know how cold it's been. 1-0 pitch is a high pop-up. Left side of the infield, who's it going to be? Looks like Watley's calling everybody off. He does, makes the catch. That ends the top half of the first. So the Voyagers strike quickly, a walk and then a double into left center field to score a run. Score is 1-0. Great Falls headed to the home half of the
Radio for Western Montana, KKVU HD3 Stevensville, and 102.9 FM on K275BS Missoula. You're listening to Paddlehead Baseball, ESPN Missoula.
Back in for the home half of the first inning. Paddleheads have a 1-0 advantage, or excuse me, the Voyagers have a 1-0 advantage over the Paddleheads as Kevin Watley leads off the bottom of the inning. First pitch is a swing and a miss. Pitch at the low part of the zone from Shane Gustafson. Getting start number 4 for Great Falls here in 2022. 1-0 record on the hill. Gustafson, the opening day starter for the Voyagers, as the 0-1 pitch dips down and in to even up the count. There's one pitcher missing from this Voyager roster from when these two teams got together last. 1-1 pitch on the way. Hunter Dolander, a right-handed pitcher who came to the Voyagers last season out of Georgia Gwinnett College. Got off to a great start in 2022 and great in 2 starts, one of which was against Missoula. And because of that, got an affiliated contract. 1-2 pitch is fouled back by Watley. Gustafson last week on the 9th was signed, or excuse me, Dolander was signed on the 9th by the White Sox organization. So that's a cool thing to see. Obviously hopeful that the Paddleheads will start to see some guys head to affiliated ball, but anytime you see someone from the Pioneer go to affiliated, good thing. As time is called very late at home plate before the 1-2 to Watley. Gustafson didn't like that one bit. Then being the opening day starter, Great Falls expecting a lot from the right-hander, being a returner from last year, but it's been a slow start for Gustafson, a 7.16 ERA, 25 hits allowed and 16 and a third. That's far too many. 1-2 pitch is fouled straight back. Gustafson, kind of a low three-quarter release. Fastball will sit around 90 miles an hour, move to either side of the plate. When he's at his best, fastball command is the key for Gustafson early in the count. So we can go to more of his off-speed stuff. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Pitch on the inner half, strike three. Whatley down swinging to begin things offensively for the Paddleheads here in the bottom of the first. That's a big bat to send back to the dugout. Whatley has been swinging it as good as anybody in this Paddlehead order. Whatley has recorded hits in 4 of his last 5 as McLean O'Connor will jump in. O'Connor has been productive and is week back off the inactive list. Right-handed bat, first pitch on the way is inside. Did it hit him? No, it did not. Fastball came very close to hitting O'Connor right around his left leg. Looked like just above his knee, but O'Connor was able to spin out of the way. The twin bill yesterday, the 2 wins for the Paddleheads. It was a big day for the long ball. 1-0 pitch is off speed, called a strike on the outside corner. Got the call. Count now evened up at a ball and a strike. Voyagers leading here in the bottom half of the first thanks to a double off the bat of Colin Runge. Runge continues to be a pesky player against Missoula. 1-1 pitch, check swing and a miss. Pitch on the inside makes the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Where that pitch came in from Gustafson probably would have been a strike either way. O'Connor didn't pick it up though. That funky low three-quarter release from Gustafson can be hard to pick up at times. Think about with the cold weather conditions, what pitcher may have the upper hand as O'Connor fouls one off. Looking at where both of these guys grew up, can't imagine that Gustafson or Monsione are used to throwing in conditions like this very often, with Monsione being a Venezuela native. Gustafson on the hill from Rocklin, California. Rocklin is just a few miles east of Sacramento. So also grew up in a pretty warm climate. 1-2 pitch is just outside to even up the count. Maybe could see some of this type of stuff in college, starting the college season in February. So maybe saw some those cool, damp NorCal days. Did Gustafson. Speaking of the college season, the College World Series is set as of last night. The 2-2 pitch is a line drive center field. Moving in on it and making the play on the move is Braden Daniel, the center fielder for out number 2. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of the defense for Great Falls as Cam Thompson, Michael Deeb in left, Braden Daniel in center field with Derek Colbush in right. That's your outfield from left to right. Colin Runge at third. Adam Oviedo, the shortstop, on the left side, with Eddie McCabe at second, Riley Jepson at first, Tyler Krabby doing the catching for the right-hander Gustafson. As Cam Thompson stands in with 2 outs and the bases empty in a 1-0 game. Pitch on the way from Gustafson is a soft liner towards the middle that gets down over the top of Oviedo's head in left center field. Wasn't exactly crushed off the bat of Thompson. I believe he broke his bat as well. And yes, he did, as the bat boy picks up a shard of the bat. Wow, that thing really got sawed off. Looks like really right in on the hands. Wow. I mean, we're talking a little nub of the bat that was left. How Thompson got that ball out into the outfield, I have no idea. That must have hurt. Welcome back. Coming into the box now, Jason Newman with 2 outs and a man on at first. First pitch to Newman is in tight for ball 1. Newman, in that 6-game slate when these two teams got together the first week of June, was hit by a pitch in the 9th inning, injured his foot, was put on the inactive list. So it seemed like half the roster was in the early part of June as Newman swings and misses at a pitch on the outside to even up the count at 1. But the last week or so, all those injuries now in the rear view for the most part for the Paddleheads. Saw at one point McLean O'Connor, Anders Green, Jason Newman, Domingo Pena, all on the inactive list, all back from injury. 1-1 pitch on the way. This one fouled back off the mask, looked like, of Krabby. Looks like Bidwell's going to go out and hand the ball to Gustafson just to give Tyler Krabby a little bit of an opportunity to try to reacquaint himself. As I mentioned, the College World Series set, a couple of upsets, including the number one team in the country, Tennessee, falling in the Super Regional. That was very surprising. Tennessee has just been dominating college baseball in the SEC. SEC by far the best conference in collegiate baseball. 1-2 the count to Newman with 2 away. Pitch on the way is a line drive into left field. That's going to get down in front of Michael Deeb. Base hit for Jason Newman. So after 2 quick outs to Watley and O'Connor, it's been 2 hits in a row for Thompson and Newman. The Paddleheads all of a sudden have a potential RBI opportunity with a couple of men on base. Nick Gatewood will now jump into the box. Gatewood hit his first home run of the season in the first game of the doubleheader yesterday in emphatic fashion. In the late innings, the Paddleheads were trailing 1-0. Gatewood hit a 2-run bomb to give Missoula the lead for good. It'll also be McLean O'Connor hitting a home run in that one. Paddleheads winning 4-1 in Game 1. First pitch to Gatewood is on the outside, strike 1. He hit it to right center, touched on it in the broadcast last night. That ball might still be going. Cleared the concourse and into the parking lot at Dealer Park. That was absolutely mashed. Gatewood, a team best 16 RBIs. 306 average as the 0-1 is down low to even up the count. 2 outs, bottom 1. Voyagers have the advantage 1-0. Got an RBI double from Cullen Runge, the second batter of the game. But Missoula, a couple of runners on here in the bottom of the game. But Missoula, a couple of runners on here in the bottom of the first, looking to get that run right back and maybe some more with a couple of runners on base. Count 1-1. Pitch from Gustafson is skied into center field in the park. Drifting back a bit is Braden Daniel. He's underneath it, makes the play in medium depth center field, and that ends the inning. 2 hits for the Paddleheads in the home half of the first, but no runs. We will roll into the second inning with the Voyagers leading 1-0.
Backed by popular demand, the All Nations Health Center and the Missoula Paddleheads are hosting the Indigenous Heritage Celebration June 16th through the 18th at Ogren Park Allegiance Field in Missoula. On June 16th, enjoy a grand entry, art vendors, and community partners as the Paddleheads take on the Great Falls Voyagers. On June 17th, come see a talent show.
This is Missoula Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio.
Top half of the second about to begin with the Great Falls Voyagers leading things 1-0 on a chilly night here in Missoula. It's been cold all afternoon, kind of low clouds. Haven't really had much sustained moisture, just kind of these low clouds, kind of off and on showers. Will be Michael Deeb leading things off for the Voyagers here in the top of the second. The 6, 7, 8 hitters due up in this half frame for Tommy Thompson. Michael Deeb, returner from a year ago, lefty-lefty matchup with Mozione on the hill. The first pitch on the way is hit into shallow left center field. Watley racing out. He's not going to be able to get there. That a little bloop single off the bat of Michael Deeb into left center field. For the second inning in a row, Great Falls has their leadoff man on as Eddie McCabe will now jump in. Eddie McCabe, a great start to his professional career out of Georgetown University. Not a lot of East Coast-based players in the Pioneer. Midwest, West Coast. First pitch to McCabe is past the catcher, Perez. That will allow Michael Deeb to move up to second base. Perez, for some reason, fires it into center field over the top of O'Connor's head. But backing up the play is Greenwald, so Deeb can't advance any further. That will most likely be a pass ball charged on Perez. Yes, in the dirt, but probably a pitch that he should have been able to handle. And then, fortunately, Greenwald was backing up the play in center field. Almost saw Deeb be able to move up to third as well. Count 1-0 to Eddie McCabe. As Mozione fires. This one is low, makes the count 2 balls and no strikes. But Eddie McCabe in his rookie season, .373 batting average, 10 driven in. Also has been very versatile on the infield as well, has appeared in numerous different positions for the Voyagers so far. 2-0 pitch on the way is at the knees, strike one. Well placed from Mozione, a changeup. We got TrackMan rolling here at the ballpark. So we'll be able to give you some speeds and spin rates and some of that stuff coming up now. Changeup from Mozione came in at 76. 2-1 on the way is inside. Makes the count 3 balls and 1 strike. But in games played against the Paddleheads, McCabe has appeared at third base and second base. Tonight at second. That's always important to be able to have that ability. Kind of move around, so to speak, defensively. 3-1 pitch to McCabe. Fastball finds the outside corner for strike 2. Well-placed heat on the outside from Mozione. Full count now, 3 balls and 2 strikes to McCabe. Nebraska Wesleyan product, Derek Colbush. Waits in the on-deck circle. Deeb at second, nobody out, 1-0 lead for Great Falls. Mozione peeks back to second base. Delivers. This one hit the other way, foul. First base side. Tomorrow night at the Yard, Wolf Wednesday coming up. You can bring your dog out to the Yard, as you can every Wednesday here at Allegiance Field, Ogren Park. Then an Indigenous celebration on Thursday night to wrap up the homestand. And here's another 3-2. This one slowly grounded over the top of the mound. O'Connor sees it hit off the second base bag and goes into center field. Watley picks it up, fires it to home plate as Michael Deeb will stay put at third. That a big break for Great Falls. Maybe could have seen McCabe beat it out either way, but that'll be an infield single for McCabe. And now Michael Schlack is going to go out to the hill to talk with Mozione, as it's been 2 laborious innings to start things off for the left-hander Mozione. It was a chopper over the top of the mound. Figured with it getting by the pitcher, it's one of those slowly hit grounders. Once it gets past the pitcher on the mound, it smells trouble in terms of an infield single. But then to add on to that, ball literally took a crazy hop off the second base bag and went into shallow right center field. Give credit to Kevin Watley, who went screaming out there to get the ball, make the throw home to make sure that Michael Deeb didn't have an opportunity to try to take that extra 90 feet and score a run. So for now, Great Falls kept off the board. Still good opportunity for them, threatening here. Will be Colbush, as I mentioned, coming into the box. One bit of good news, if you're Monsione on the hill, this matchup does give an advantage for Monsione, lefty-lefty. Monsione will toss over to first to check on McKay before delivering the first pitch. Derek Colbush, early parts of this month, made his professional debut. His first 10 games with Great Falls has been a productive hitter. First pitch coming. Runner takes off. No, he does not. It was McKay bluffing towards second base. Stopped about not quite halfway to second base before going back to the bag. Pitch was a strike to Colbush at the knees. 0-1. 389 average for Colbush. 0-1 pitch. Jepson bluffs towards second. Gets away from Perez. That will allow Deeb to come in to score. Pitch was on the outer half. Trickles away from Perez. That brings in the second run of the night for Great Falls. Score is 2-0 Voyagers. And still no outs recorded in this half inning. First inning beginning the same way, or the second inning rather, beginning the same way that the first did. 2 batters up, a run on the board. It was a walk and a double in the first. This inning, 2 walks and a couple of wild pitches. Check that, a wild pitch and a pass ball. 1-1 the count to Colbush with now a man at second. Pitch on the way as a fastball upstairs. 2-ball, 1 strike count. One thing looking at with Monsione so far in the first couple innings, majority of the time has been pitching from behind in the count. Not what you want to do. Checking the runner at second, the 2-1 pitch is off speed, but missing the outside, apparently, to make the count 3-1. First base open in this spot if Monsione wants to think about that to set up a force. Once again, get the double play back in order. This is a dangerous pitch to Colbush. Can sit on one spot in this situation. 3-1, Monsione looks back to second base, comes home. Fastball at the knees, good pitch, strike 2. Number 9 batter in the order, Adam Oviedo, will hit next for Great Falls. Another run in here in the top of the second. Voyagers lead 2-0. 3-2 the count to Derek Colbush. Long pause for Monsione, now set at the belt. Target outside from Perez. Here it comes. This one, a high pop-up, foul territory, third base side. Thompson coming crashing in, is going to make the catch to the right of the coach's box in foul territory for out number 1. So that's a big out for Monsione, unproductive with a man on at second. Pop-up and a foul ground, that's not going to hurt. Colbush sent back to the dugout, out number 1, as Adam Oviedo will now be the hitter. Oviedo is hitting this 9 spot for most of the year for manager Tommy Thompson. Right-handed bat, first pitch, fastball up too high. 1 ball, no strike count. Each game of this 3-game set, 7:05 first pitches. Obviously the next 2 nights, I should say, 7:05 first pitch. For the Paddleheads hit the road for a series against the Range Riders. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Changeup from Monsione evens up the count at a ball and a strike. Speaking of the Range Riders, they're scheduled to open up their brand new ballpark tonight, Flathead Field, a multi-million-dollar facility out there in Kalispell. Taking on the Mustangs tonight. 1-1 pitch, called strike on the inside. Have not gotten underway yet, and most of the weather has been further north of Missoula, so that opening of the new ballpark may be put on hold with the weather conditions. Mustangs, as I mentioned, in town to take on the Range Riders. Two teams that are struggling. The 1-2 pitch is fouled off to the right, off the bat of Oviedo. Glacier got off to a good start, 5-1 record in their first 6. Have seen their record drop, though, to 7-10, so they're 2-8 in their last 10 games. Mustangs have lost 5 games in a row. See their record drop under 500. 1-2, 1 out, man on at second. Pitch from Monsión to Oviedo is up high, evens up the count at 2. Tried to find the top part of the zone with a breaking ball, couldn't quite hit the part of the zone. Monsión would love to pick up a second out here with Oviedo in the box, the number 9 batter, before the top of the order comes up once again. Brayton Daniel waiting next. 2-2 offering is in tight, hits Oviedo. That puts runners on at first and second with 1 out. Monsión surely not what he was looking for in that spot, as Monsión will now deal with runners on at first and second. And Michael Schlack looks like maybe seeing something that he does not like from the lefty out there on the mound. Looks like he's going to get the bullpen started. I believe I just saw Jason Munch, left-hander, get up. Yes, he did. Brayton Daniel into the box now with 2 runners on and 1 out. First pitch on the way is a line drive left field that's going to bounce in front of the left fielder, base hit. Throw comes in with the runner coming around. Will not come to the plate as Deeb scores. Or excuse me, McCabe scores. Brandon Riley played it on a bounce in left field. Didn't have much of a play at the plate. That is an RBI base hit on the first pitch from Brayton Daniel, who's now been on base twice. Now lead 3-0 for Great Falls. It has just been a consistent barrage in these first couple of innings. Just constant base runners on. Monsión pitching from behind in the count for the most part. He's going to have to try to find something early on here, or the Voyagers might be on their way offensively. Here's Runge. First pitch way off the plate. 1-0 count. Runge brought home a run back in the first inning. RBI double into left center field. One of 3 runs scored to this point. And this is what the Voyagers do. Their offense, as we've seen in 9 games against these paddleheads, they like to put runs together offensively, put crooked numbers up on the board. That's what they're trying to do here early on. Pitch to Runge is low part of the zone, called a strike. Even count, 1 ball and 1 strike. And the key against Great Falls is to hold the line, especially early in the game. Keep it close, put the pressure on the bullpen. 1-1 the count to Runge. Voyagers do have a couple of bullpen guys with good numbers as Runge swings and pops it up into shallow center field. Racing in is Greenwald, lost it for a second, has it back, makes the catch for the second out of the inning. So Runge retired to record out number 2 here in the top of the second. Andy Atwood will now be the batter, as Munch continues to throw in the pen. Munch saw in the starting rotation the first couple weeks of the season, but after his last start against Billings last week was moved into the bullpen. As Andy Atwood is now ready for this AB. Atwood flew out to right field his first time, takes one low and inside, a breaking ball missing there. Ball, no strike, the count. So a run in for Great Falls in the first, 2 here in this half inning. RBI base hit for Brayton Daniel, another run coming in on a wild pitch. 1-0 the count to Atwood. Still 2 on at first and second in this frame. Pitch on the way, 1-0. Changeup, strike on the inside part of the plate. Evens up the count, a ball and 1 strike. Missoula seemed to have some success against Gustafson in their first inning offensively with a couple of hits. They'll have to battle from behind, though, here in the early going. 1-1 pitch on the way, swing and a miss at a high fastball. Up above the letters, make the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Andy Atwood now behind in the count. Monsignor K back in the first, looking for a second to put an end to this Voyager rally here in the top of the second. 2 runs in and a 3-0 advantage here in the early innings. A ball and 2 strikes the count to Andy Atwood. Monsignor delivers. This one is bounced third base side. A fair ball gloved by Thompson. Or no, it is not a fair ball. Called foul at the last second. The umpire at second base, out of my eye view with me looking at Thompson at third, so I was basing the reaction purely on how Thompson was playing it at third. He thought it was a fair ball initially, but was called foul. So we'll see another 1-2 pitch to Atwood. That would have been an interesting play, so probably good it was foul. Monsignor ready, peeks to second, sets at the belt, the pitch. This one swung on and missed. Breaking ball, low part of the zone. That's it, that's all for the top of the second inning. 2 runs in for the Voyagers in this half frame. Lead is 3, headed to the home half of the second inning for Great Falls.
A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
What's up? This is Sammy B, the MC for your Missoula Paddleheads. Thanks for listening to Paddleheads Baseball on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM.
Will be Keaton Greenwald jumping into the box to lead off the bottom of the second in a 3-0 game. Paddleheads trailing in the early going. First pitch to Greenwald. Swung on and missed. Low part of the zone makes the count 0-1. Greenwald, Jared Akins, and Henderson Perez. 6, 7, 8 coming up against Gustafson. 4 hits in the first 2 innings for Great Falls. 0-1 delivery on its way. This one is another strike on the outside corner to make the count 0-2. Greenwald in a bit of a funk at the plate, average at .258. Sometimes get you going offensively, you just need to see that one hit. 0-2 offering, swung on and missed. Breaking ball off the plate away. Greenwald could not keep the bat back, and that's a 3-pitch strikeout. Into the box next will be Jared Akins. It's interesting, it seems like there are batters in the order for Missoula first time through that are having trouble picking up that funky low 3/4 release from Gustafson. But a few guys have been on it. So it will be interesting to see how the Paddlehead offense adjusts to Gustafson as this game rolls along, as the hot-hitting Jared Akins now into the box. Seen him get on a roll these last 4 or 5 games. Now second on the team in batting average at .389. Second to Lamar Sparks, who's not out there tonight, getting the night off. 1-0 pitch. This one grounded off the glove of Gustafson, off to the left. Oviedo barehands it, but he has no play, as Akins has himself an infield hit. Sharply grounded. Can't imagine that would be an error charge to Gustafson. Mentioned that Akins was a hot hitter coming into action tonight, so good choice for the beer batter. And hey, and with the cold conditions, what the heck? Might as well get a little beer coat going. Why not? Need something to warm you up out here. Whew. As Henderson Perez will now jump into the box. Akins, a fair-sized lead off of first. Pretty speedy on the bases as Perez takes one off the outside part of the plate. 1 ball, no strike count. Mentioned that Munch started throwing in the last half inning, and the way he's throwing now in the bullpen down the left field line, it looks like he's going to be coming into this game. So we may see an early exit for Moncion. 1-0 pitch is down low and outside, makes the count 2 balls and no strikes. Mention it, Moncion just didn't seem to quite have his best stuff in the first couple of innings. A lot of laborious at-bats, behind in the count, a lot of runners on base. 2-0 the count to Perez as Gustafson throws. That's a fastball that finds the outside. Count now 2 balls and a strike. It wasn't just the hits either. 4 hits in 2 innings. A couple of free passes given up, a hit batsman and a walk as well. Against an offense like Great Falls, just can't afford that. 2-1 with 1 out. Gustafson set at the belt. The pitch on the way is in tight, almost hits Perez. Makes the count 3 balls and a strike. Brandon Riley, number 9 hitter in the order, waiting in the on-deck circle. This is a big spot here with Perez in the box. Hitter that's been slow out of the gate offensively in 11 games. 184 average, just 7 hits to this point. 3-1 pitch is a ball fouled at home plate. Took a crazy hop. Looked like it was initially headed out towards the field of play. Then at the last moment, hit the front foot of Perez and kind of kicked to the left. So we will now see a 3-2 pitch to Perez. With Akins on at first, I would imagine he'll be on the move on this 3-2 pitch to try to stay out of a double play. We'll see. Jepson over there on the bag with him. 3-2 the count to Henderson Perez. 3-0 game. The Voyagers lead it. Bottom 2. Runner takes off. The 3-2 is strike 3. Throw down to second base. Not in time. Akins able to beat it out to second. But striking out looking was Henderson Perez for the second out of the inning. So that is the 3rd strikeout for Gustafson so far. But we'll have to deal with Brandon Riley, who jumps into the box now with a man in scoring position and 2 outs. And Riley is always a good hitter to have come up in a situation like this. Reasoning being, whenever Riley comes into the box, he's a guy that's going to give you a professional at-bat. He's going to work the count. He's going to make you work. He's going to foul pitches off. Not going to chase things out of the zone. RBI shot here for Riley with Akins at second. First pitch. Ground ball slowly hit to the right of the mound. Gustafson corrals it, flips underhand to Jepson, and that will do it for this half inning. So Missoula threatens once again, strands a runner on at second base. No runs through 2, and the Voyagers have an early 3-0 lead headed into the 3rd inning at a chilly Allegiance Field at Ogren Park.
There is a reason customers go back again and again to DeMorris Buick GMC Mercedes, Missoula's most trusted dealership and proud sponsor of Missoula PaddleHeads baseball. DeMorris High-End Service Shop is unmatched in diagnostics, diesel maintenance, and repair, serving generations of satisfied customers. DeMorris Buick GMC Mercedes is your area Sprinter van headquarters for the Montana outdoor lifestyle. Check out DeMorris.com for new and pre-owned inventory or stop by 3115 West Broadway.
The Well Women's Business Center is looking to fill 2 AmeriCorps Vista Service positions. The Well WBC wants to help build your professional portfolio while you give back to the state of Montana. Positions include Community Outreach Coordinator and Online Community Coordinator. Don't let a lack of professional experience of training hold you back from applying. The Well WBC is looking for recent graduates to help build professional experience with a priority on flexibility, working from home and support. Learn more online at wellwbc.org under careers.
Coulter's got beef.
You can ask me any and everything about what we talk about on the show. Don't ask me about these recruits. Here's the answer to your question. Which recruits are the ones that are the best? Which recruits are the ones that are going to make it for both the Cats and the Grizz in this signing class? Here's your answer. The ones that stick it out. If you stick it out in Bobby Houck or Brent Deegan's programs and you navigate it and you make it to the end, there's a chance you're going to be pretty good. And if you don't, there's not. That's it.
Nuanez Now, every weekday at 4 p.m. on ESPN Radio Missoula.
We now return to Paddlehead Play-by-Play on ESPN Radio.
Back here for the third inning here in Missoula. It will be Riley Jepson getting this half inning started. Mentioned that it looks like the way Munch was throwing in the bullpen that he was going to be coming in to start this inning. But it is the starter, Rafael Moncion, that comes out for the third. I would imagine he'll probably have a pretty short leash out there on the mound. But we'll see how he does. First pitch on the way to Jepson is a fastball that misses up high for ball one. Jepson did strike out looking against Moncion to record the second out in the first. About to say it ended the inning, but not correct. The 1-0 pitch is up high once again to Jepson. Not in a spot you want to be in to a very productive bat. Jepson behind in the count. That's where Moncion finds himself now at 2-0. 3-0 advantage for Great Falls entering this inning. The 2-0 delivery off speed, called strike on the outside. Change up, rolling in at 71 miles an hour. 2-1 count now. So Jepson, Krabby, and Michael Deeb, 4, 5, 6 coming up in this frame. 2-1 to Jepson is down low. Change-up missed, makes the count 3 balls and 1 strike. Now I would imagine if you see a leadoff walk to start the inning, third inning in a row that Voyagers see the leadoff man get on, might be it for Moncion. 3-1 pitch, cut on and missed. Pitch on the outside, aggressive hack. Three and two. Jepson waits. Moncion throws. Breaking ball fouled off to the left. Slider. Jepson was able to stick on it. Mentioned a little bit of indecision over in Kalispell with the weather. They have gotten underway in the first ever game at Flathead Field. Mustangs, however, maybe trying to ruin the party. As the 3-2 is hit high in the air, straight away left field. Drifting back is Brandon Riley. On the warning track, he makes the catch. Few paces in front of the wall. High fly ball into left field. Didn't quite have enough on it to drift out of here as Brandon Riley perched up and made the play on the track for the first out here in the third. So Jepson gets himself into a good spot in a 3-1 count. Moncion able to battle back, keeps the leadoff man off the bases for the first time in the game as Tyler Krabby will now jump in. First pitch to Tyler Krabby is a soft liner out towards Watley. Has it on the first hop to the left of second. Throws to first wide, but Newman's got him on the tag for out number 2. Nicely done by Jason Newman. Coming off the bag, makes the tag on Krabby. You like that play from Newman because he didn't panic at first base. He knew Tyler Krabby had catcher's legs coming up the blind, slower than molasses in January. Knew he could take his time, get the ball, and saunter on over to Krabby and make the tag. Michael Deeb now into the box with 2 outs and the bases empty. Moncion looking for a quick third inning. First pitch to Michael Deeb. Slider right there on the inside corner for strike 1. Great Falls, mentioned, had a lot of traffic on the bases the first 2 innings. 0-1 on the way. Fastball, swing and a miss on the inside portion Count quickly, 0-2 on Michael Deeb. Deeb led off the second, would later score part of a 2-run rally in the second for the Voyagers. Little Texas Leaguers single into shallow left center. The 0-2 from Monsione is low. Skips away from Perez ever so slightly, but not far enough away. Well, I guess with nobody on base, inconsequential either way. 1-2 with 2 outs to Deeb. Mentioned the Mustangs trying to put a damper on that celebration in Kalispell. First ever game at home for the Glacier Range Riders. After 2 innings, Mustangs lead 4-0. Top of the second saw Jalen Garcia drive in a couple of runs to make the score 4-0. Range Riders struggled mightily against Billings in a 6-game slate at Dealer Park. First time those two teams got together, it was the Mustangs winning 5 of 6 in that 6-game set. A ball and 2 strikes, the count to Deeb. The pitch on the way is elevated above the belt to make the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Eddie McCabe would be next for Great Falls if Michael Deeb can get himself aboard. 3-0 score, top 3, 2 outs. Monsione delivers. This one knee high, just off the plate. Fills up the count, 3-2. Tried to plant a fastball on the corner on the outside to freeze Deeb. He did, but it was just a bit outside. And no, not Harry Doyle, just a bit outside. Really was just a little outside. The payoff, 3-2. Slider is inside for ball 4. Monsione wanted it. He was kind of sliding towards the dugout on the third base side. We've seen Bidwell give delayed strike 3 calls at times, and honestly, I was just waiting for it, and it just never came. So that's a walk with 2 outs, and that will bring McCabe into the box. McCabe, an infield hit, his first time. First pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Pitch on the outer half makes it 0-1. Fastball from Monsione, quite a bit of movement. Running away is now, looks like Michael Deeb will move up to second. Apparently a balk called on Monsione on the hill. I believe the pitch counted, that the balk came after that pitch was thrown. But either way, a balk is the call. Michael Deeb allowed to move up to second base. If the balk came before the pitch was thrown, it's not an 0-1 count. And yes, the pitch did count with Bidwell saying 0-1 to clarify. But now Monsione having to deal with a man in scoring position at second. The 0-1 to McCabe is a line drive towards the middle. That's going to get down for a base hit. Here comes Michael Deeb around third. He's going to score, and it's now 4-0 on the RBI single from Eddie McCabe. And what a big play that balk ends up being in this half inning. Yes, the inning would have continued either way with the single from McCabe up the middle, but with there being a runner on at first, that single would not obviously have scored the runner Deeb, but that play taking place after the balk, seeing the runner move up to second base, that allows the Voyagers to get in another run, and it's now a 4-run advantage. Michael Schlack out to the mound as well. Night over for Rafael Monsione. Will be Jason Munch taking over here in the third inning. Voyagers lead by 4, 4-0 the score. We'll keep it rolling after this.
Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment is a local, family-owned business and proud sponsor of Missoula PaddleHeads baseball. Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer carries a wide variety of truck and trailer accessories, gooseneck and dump equipment. Anytime you want to maximize your flatbed, have hauling needs, require specialized fabrication, or need trailer repair, get the job done right. For professional advice, go to the experts at Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment, 5680 Expressway in Missoula, or check out their inventory at www.rmtte.com.
Brooks Nuanez of Skyline Sports has spent years patrolling the sidelines in the Big Sky Conference, and he shares that knowledge on Nuanez Now on ESPN Radio.
I think it's the only thing that people should talk about until it's fixed. I don't think there's any way around it. FCS football, and Colter, you hear me say this more than anyone around. It's a very high level of football. And Montana has a very high level of expectation within that realm of football. It's a very high level Division I institution with amazing football tradition. When you go look, when you go watch Northern Iowa, you go watch North Dakota State, you go watch South Dakota State or Sam Houston or Montana State, monster, efficient, dominant offensive line. Montana has not had that for the better part of a half decade, if not more. I don't think it's a coaching issue. I don't think it's a scheme issue as much as it is a mentality issue. They've had some guys that play over their head, but there are plenty of holes within that offensive line that they need to address.
Catch Nuanez Now from 4 to 6 every weekday on ESPN Missoula.
Away from your radio? Stream Paddlehead Baseball live on 1029ESPN.com or on the TuneIn Radio app. Now, back to the ballpark.
So pitching change taking place here in the top of the third. The Voyagers scored runs in each of their first 3 innings. They have chase starter Rafael Moncion here with 2 outs in the third inning. Taking over for Moncion is the Campbell, California native, Jason Munch. Mentioned Munch in the starting rotation first couple of weeks of the season. Made 3 starts for manager Michael Schlack. 11 2/3 innings, 23 hits allowed. Did strike out 14 in those frames, did Munch. And sometimes with a pitcher, it's just a matter of finding the right role where he fits the best. So Michael Schlack moves Munch from the pen, from the rotation into the pen. He'll face Derek Colbush to start things off. First pitch on the way is up high for ball 1. Munch, when he's at his best, stays around the knees with the fastball, will induce a lot of ground balls and Ks. So similar to Moncion in that regard, a lot of strikeouts and ground balls when he's on. Stuff-wise, very different. 1-0 pitch. Check swing, and I believe Colbush went around. They'll appeal to second. Yes, he did. Swing, as the count is now even to Colbush with 2 outs in the frame. Colbush popped out into foul territory back in the second inning. 0 for 1 overall. Can't close the book on Moncion yet, still responsible for the runner on at first in this inning. The 1-1 from Munch. Fastball just misses the outside. Count 2 balls and a strike. Fastball in a good spot. Pretty good velocity as well at 92 miles an hour coming in on the gun. But just missed the outside. 2 balls and a strike the count with 2 away to Colbush. Munch set near the chest, ready, and delivers the pitch. This one fouled straight back. We'll see another 2-2 offering. Just a challenge fastball from Munch. Up above the belt just a bit. We saw Michael Schlack move pitchers around in different roles last season as well. Was able to find roles that worked well for pitchers. 2-2, the count to Colbush. Munch delivers. This one up high. Makes the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Example that comes to mind immediately is Matt Mogione from a season ago. Saw Mogione pitch in the bullpen and as a starter. Saw him move into a starting role in the middle part of the season. 3-2 with 2 outs. Runner will be on the move on the pitch as Newman runs to first. Pitch on the way. Fastball, swing and a miss by Colbush to end the third inning. But a run in for the Great Falls Voyagers thanks to an RBI base hit off the bat of Eddie McCabe with 2 outs. And Great Falls has a 4-0 lead in the first 3 innings.
Missoula 102.9.
We'll see what the second time through the order brings for the Missoula PaddleHeads, who trail 4-0 rather, in the third inning. Will be Kevin Watley getting this inning started. The first pitch on the way is a ground ball right side of the second base bag. McCabe on a backhand throws to first in time to get Watley for out number one. So that slow rolling ground ball to the right of second. Thought maybe Watley would be able to beat it out, but McCabe on a nice backhanded play was able to throw him out. Nice looking player, Eddie McCabe, out for the Voyagers. Touched on him earlier in the broadcast, a versatile infielder. Been swinging the bat well. Can't ask for much more out of a rookie in his first couple of weeks as a pro. Into the box now is McLean O'Connor with one out. First pitch from Gustafson off the outside. Missoula's had a fair amount of congestion on the bases, 3 hits in 2 innings. Gustafson has been able to keep the leadoff man off the bases. 1-0 pitch to O'Connor. Off speed, change-up, finds the outside, evens up the count at 1-1. Connor hit one out to Braden Daniel in center field. His first time, he's 0 for 1. Voyagers on the board in 3 consecutive innings. They lead by 4. Night over for Monsione. The pitch on the way, high bouncer, foul on the third base side. Ball and 2 strikes the count. Still more fun to be had in the homestand. Tomorrow night, Wolf Wednesday, bring out your dog. See the dog fashion show of sorts on the dugout during the game. Then Thursday, the Indigenous Heritage Celebration, the start of a weekend full of fun. On Thursday night, will be events at the ballpark Friday and Saturday as well, as O'Connor swings and misses at a pitch at the knees on the outside, recording out number 2. 4 strikeouts now for Gustafson, looking for a quiet half inning. So touched on how Gustafson has been getting hit around pretty good coming into this outing. Has been on his stuff for the most part. Cam Thompson will look to get something rolling for Missoula offensively, with 2 outs and the base is empty. Thompson, a base hit in the first inning. First pitch here is shot foul. Fastball from Gustafson. That was a mistake on the first pitch. That thing was right out over the plate, and Thompson was unable to do anything more with it than just foul it back. Gustafson, lucky that one didn't end up on the train tracks and right. 0-1 pitch, line shot into right field over McCabe's head for a base hit. Tried to sneak a changeup past him, and Thompson hammered it over the top of McCabe's head for his second hit of the night. That will continue this inning for Jason Newman. Newman, single to left field in his first at-bat, coming off the inactive list. And it's interesting how these innings for Missoula have kind of followed a familiar blueprint. First 4, we've seen Missoula record an out or 2. First pitch to Newman is skied down the right field line. Foul ground, Jepson giving chase over by the bullpen, and he's going to run out of time. This one bounces off the back of the bullpen mound for a foul ball, 0-1. The offensive attack for Missoula, first inning, saw 2 quick outs, then 2 base hits, stranded those 2 runners. Second inning, first out recorded, infield hit. Also saw a man caught stealing in that inning. The point, interesting how Missoula in the first couple innings have seen outs recorded, and then the offense gets it rolling in a frame. 0-1 pitch is skipped foul. Pitch on the inside makes the count 0-2. Is looking at the hit totals, Great Falls with 5, Missoula with 4. Would think most likely this game would be pretty tight, but at this point, Great Falls with a pretty comfortable cushion, leading 4-0 here in the bottom of the third. If Jason Newman gets aboard, we would see Nick Gatewood jump into the box. 0-2, the count to Newman. Away from first is Thompson. Jepson on the bag with him. Gustafson set at the belt, delivers. This one breaks off the plate. Makes the count a ball and 2 strikes. Gustafson hoping that Newman would chase that breaking ball off the plate away. Seen a lot of pitchers use that approach to Newman in a 2-strike count, trying to get him to chase. Looks like they'll stay away. Pitch from Gustafson, fastball just misses the outside. Actually, a changeup evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Looked like a fastball coming in. Two and 2 the count, runner on at second. Newman trying to keep this inning alive, but the Paddleheads trailing by 4. Working pretty quick is Gustafson coming home. This one way outside. Sliding to the right is Krabby. Keep it from going to the backstop, and we'll see it go into a full count. Runner at first. Thompson will be on the move in this spot. Gustafson has yet to issue a walk in the first 3 innings. In danger of doing that here in a 3-2 count. Payoff upcoming. Here it goes. Pitch on the way is in the dirt. Blocked by Krabby. That will be a walk to Newman. Reaches base in his first 2 at-bats, and that will keep it alive for Nick Gatewood. Gatewood hit a fly ball into shallow center to end the first inning. And it came in a somewhat similar spot as well, with 2 runners on and 2 outs. Actually, exactly like this, as Thompson and Newman were also at first and second in that at-bat as well. So, the exact same scenario, just a couple innings later. First pitch to Gatewood, low and in for ball 1. It's one thing we know about this Paddlehead team. First 20 games of this season, it's a club that will never give in, will grind out at bats, will make it tough on you. 1-0, pitch to Gatewood. Fastball finds the corner on the outside. Even count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Looked to be a hair off the plate on that pitch, but was called a strike. 1-1 is the count to Nick Gatewood. 2 away. Good speed at second with the lead runner, as there's a sharp ground ball into the middle. Base hit for Gatewood. Here comes Thompson around third. He will score easily. Rumbling into third as well as Newman. And Nick Gatewood's got an RBI base hit here in the 3rd inning. And the Paddleheads are on the board. Score now 4-1. Team best 17th RBI on the season for Nick Gatewood. And that probably was not the pitch that Gustafson wanted to throw in that spot. The count 2-1, just threw a fastball right down the pipe. And Newman hit it right, Gatewood hit it right back where it came from. As Greenwald will now step in. Greenwald struck out on 3 pitches. His first time, he's 0 for 1. Batting here with runners on at the corners, 2 outs, also represents the tying run at the plate. First pitch to Greenwald, foul, straight back, changeup, high part of the zone, 0-1 the count. Off speed, elevated, that's not exactly what you're looking for on the mound. Greenwald, fooled by the off-speed pitch on the first pitch, was a bit out in front, fouls it back, 0-1. Runner at first, Gatewood, Newman at third. The 0-1 is hit high in the air, right center field. Braden Daniel got a good jump, moves over, makes the play in right center field for out number 3 rather. Greenwald's 0 for 2. 2 runners stranded in this half inning, but the Paddleheads do break through offensively with 1, cutting the deficit to 3. Score is now 4-1 as we head to the 4th inning.
I am Jeff Laporte, an orthopedic surgeon and the medical director of the Missoula Bone and Joint Surgery Center. I'm here to welcome you to our new state-of-the-art facility in Missoula, Montana. Since we opened, the feedback from our patients has been very positive. Our goal was to build a facility that helps us provide the best surgical services by increasing access to patient care and also providing high-quality orthopedic surgical services. In addition to the usual outpatient procedures we have done for years, we can also offer joint replacement surgery and spine surgery with the option of an overnight stay. Research shows that patients' outcomes are better if they return home soon after surgery. Our board-certified orthopedic surgeons, anesthesiologists, and support personnel are committed to providing the highest quality of care at our new state-of-the-art facility at Missoula Bone and Joint Surgery Center.
Missoula Bone and Joint. Quality care from people who care.
Away from your radio? Stream Paddlehead Baseball live on 1029ESPN.com. Now back to the ballpark.
Adam Oviedo will start this half inning off for the Great Falls Voyagers. In the top half of the fourth, we'll see Munch go out for his second inning. First pitch on the way to Oviedo is cut on and missed. Fastball with some nasty break on it. Moving away from the right-handed batting Oviedo. That was a nasty pitch from Munch to start this inning out. 0-1. Oviedo, Daniel, and then Runge in this half inning. 0-1, another fastball. Swung on and missed. That one more the top part of the zone. Started talking about Matt Mogione in the last inning when Munch was out there, touching on how Munch started the year in the rotation. Mogione, Keekog, coming down the stretch out of the bullpen. The 0-2 pitch, fastball, just misses the outside to make the count 1-2. Oviedo was hit by a pitch in a 2-strike count with Moncion on the hill in the second. Count 1-2. Munch comes over the top, delivers. This one a fastball, fouled away. We'll see another 1-2 pitch. Started to touch on with Mogione last year. Saw the Paddleheads move him into the starting rotation middle parts of the season. But as the starts started to come along for Mogione, team decided that the bullpen was the better spot for him. As the 1-2 misses up high, makes the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. And a lot of times it doesn't have anything to do with the talent level of a pitcher. Munch has proven he's got nasty stuff out there on the hill. It's just finding the right role for a guy, where he fits in the best, where he feels most comfortable. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss at a fastball. On the outside, strike 3. Second strikeout for Munch. Good start for his outing out of the bullpen. Came in with 2 outs recorded in the second. Got a strikeout of Colbush, and now a K to Oviedo. Second batter he's faced. And it also keeps that leadoff man off the bases. And that jitter inning, brought to you by Big Creek Coffee Company in the ballpark, continues to be pretty profitable. Heck, good night for a cup of coffee as Braden Daniel takes one inside that's skipped into home plate. The first pitch makes the count 1-0. The cold conditions. New promotion this year at the ballpark, the jitter inning, where fans are awarded a free cup of coffee if an opposing player strikes out. 1-0 pitch, fastball misses, makes the count 2-0. What a good night for a cup of coffee. I mean, it is, mentioned a few times, downright cold. Getting down into the 40s now as the sun is going down. Cloudy conditions all around. The 2-0 on the way. This one up high to Daniel makes the count 3-0. Braden Daniel's been pesky the first 2 times through. He's been on base twice, a walk and a base hit. Also picked up an RBI for the single he had in the last inning. 3-0 pitch, not close, ball 4. So that 4-pitch walk, that puts Munch on the bases with 1 out. The free passes have been an issue for both Monsione and Munch. That already the fourth walk issued. Also have a hit batter in there as well. Colin Runge now into the box. An RBI double for Runge in the first inning. First pitch on the way to him here is a breaking ball that breaks off the outside. 1 ball, no strike count. Great Falls has been on the board each of the first 3 innings. 1 in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the third, batting here in the 4th. And lead by 3. 1-0 pitch on the way. Runner bluffs to second, doesn't take off. Pitch misses outside, makes the count 2-0. That one on the outer half looked pretty close. Didn't get the call. Was a bit elevated. Maybe that's what the umpire saw. 2-0. Pitch on its way. Fastball knee high on the inside. Strike 1. Dipping down and in to the right-handed batting Runge. 4 runs on 5 hits for Great Falls. 1 run on 5 hits for the Paddleheads. Big difference offensively for Missoula. 2-1 on the way is inside for ball 3. 3 ball, 1 strike count. Gustafson on the hill for the Voyagers has yet to issue a free pass. Mentioned the free passes issued by the Paddleheads hurlers so far. To me, that's the difference in the game at this point. 3-1. Pitch from Munch is low and inside. 2nd consecutive walk. That puts runners on at 1st and 2nd. Only 1 pitch. The last 2 batters has been in the zone from Munch. Dealing with a little bit of damp conditions as well out there. Haven't seen sustained rain. But looking at the seats and around the dugout areas, can see plenty of condensation dampness. As Andy Atwood steps in with 1 out, 2 runners on. Munch delivers this pitch. Fastball, good spot on the inside. Strike 1. No ball, 1 strike count. So Munch has been able to locate the fastball pretty well. Moving low and into right-handed batters. 0-1, 1 away. Atwood 0 for 2 thus far. Changeup, bounced foul. Third base side. Munch quickly jumps ahead, 0-2. Got a K to Oviedo to start the frame. Would love to get it strikeout here to try to take some of the pressure off this frame. 2 runners on. It's Runge at first and Braden Daniel at second. 0-2 the count to Atwood. Riley Jepson would be next, barring a double play ball, as time has been called at the plate by Andy Atwood. 1-2 is the count, as Atwood looks ready now to continue this at bat. Munch set near the chest. Perez sets up outside. Here comes the 0-2. Runners on the move. Swing and a miss. Pitch on the inner half, or no, was it called a foul ball? We'll see. Believe it was called a foul ball. Yes, it was. So a little bit of indecision at first. Looked, honestly, to the naked eye, like it was just a straight swing and miss from Atwood. Actually, a foul tip, and Henderson Perez a bit shaken up as well. Must have glanced off of Perez in a spot that was unprotected. Looks like trainer Luke McCarthy is going to go out and check on Perez. Make sure he's all right. Perez looks to be okay, standing behind home plate, chatting with Luke McCarthy. I would imagine more than anything, McCarthy making sure that Perez didn't take a shot to the head. That's always what you worry about with a catcher. Looks like the umpires are going to give Perez An opportunity to get in the squat and take a couple of pitches from Munch just to make sure he's all right, or actually no. We're just going to continue play as Atwood will jump into the box. At first it looked like they were going to have Munch throw a couple of warm-up tosses just for safety of Perez, but not to be, as we'll continue action now. So Perez is just fine, it looks like. Always say it about catchers, they're tough dudes back there. 0-2 to Atwood. Munch delivers. This one cut on and a foul tip into the glove of Perez for out number 2. Second strikeout in the inning for Munch. 2 outs, still 2 runners on. Not out of the woods yet, as the very productive Riley Jepson will jump in. It's been a tough night for Jepson so far, facing left-handed pitching. Third consecutive bat, he'll face a southpaw on the mound. Jepson hitless in his first 2 at-bats as well. First pitch on the way here, way outside, gloved by Perez to keep it from going to the backstop, 1-0 count. 2 walks to start the inning, or I should say 2 walks with 1 out from Munch. Put the 2 runners on for the Voyagers. Jepson looking to make Munch pay with 2 outs. 1-0 delivery on the way is way inside. Somehow misses Jepson. Makes the count 2 balls and no strikes. One of those pitches that seemed to almost go through Riley Jepson, but somehow did not make contact. Jepson now in the driver's seat, though, ahead 2-0. Munch kicks and deals. This one low and outside, 3-0 the count. What an interesting inning for Munch. He's had good stuff at times, 2 strikeouts, but now in danger of walking the third batter he's faced in this inning. Jepson gets aboard. Tyler Krabbe would hit. The 3-0 pitch, fastball on the outside, strike 1. Pretty close pitch on the outside, borderline on the corner, but gets the call with Jepson in the box. Jepson wasn't too pleased with the call. 3-1 with 2 away. Could see the runners take off in this spot. They do not. The pitch is a chopper towards short. Watley has it on a high hop, throws across low to Newman, but he digs it out for out number 3. Couple of runners reach on 2 walks, but Munch has a scoreless 4th, and we will head to the bottom of the 4th with Missoula trailing by 3. 4-1 the score. We're back from Allegiance Field after this. himself will be a guest with Colter Nuanez coming up on Thursday evening for the ball game on Nuanez Now to talk paddleheads and some other things before Indigenous Heritage Night. So for folks listening to Colter's show, I'm sure a lot of folks that listen into the ball games do. Colter always does a fantastic job with his show. 1-0 pitch to Aikens, swing and a miss. And this past weekend, some congratulations also in order for Missoula Broadcasting Company along with Colter Nuanez specifically. Colter named the Sportscaster of the Year for the state of Montana. So congratulations to Colter Nuanez winning that award. Also, if you listen in to Modern Hits, Pop Hits, there's a chance you've heard Aubrey as well on 104.5 The U. She also won an award for the Promotion of the Year for work on a promo she did for Guns N' Roses last summer. So congratulations to both Aubrey and Colter. Well-deserved. Two great awards. The 1-2 pitch to Aikens. Strike three on the inside corner. That records out number one as Gustafson keeps on rolling on the hill. Seeing a number of base runners on for Missoula in the first three innings, but Gustafson has been able to keep the Paddleheads at bay for the most part. And I've touched on it. The key has been not walking anybody. A strikeout for Gustafson was number 5 on the mound. As Henderson Perez will now jump in, first pitch to Perez is grounded foul at home plate. Off that front foot, Perez looks to be all right. Wasn't exactly sure where Perez was struck in the last half inning with that foul ball. (0-1) with one out to Perez. 4-1 lead for Great Falls here in the bottom of the fourth. Always seems that. The 0-1 on the way. Slow rolling ground ball, third base side, fair ball. Runge grabs it, throws low, and Perez beats it out to first. Perez says, catcher's legs. I don't think so. I'm got some wheels. I'm going to beat it out. And he does. Runge, fortunate that Jepson was able to bail him out at first base as well. That was an ill-advised throw, and it was low. But Jepson able to make the pick at first to make sure it didn't go rolling down the right field line. It will be Brandon Riley stepping into the box as Perez reaches for the first time, now 1 for 2. Riley, 0 for 1, hit a slow comebacker to the right of the mound that was corralled by Gustafson. First pitch to Riley, taken at the knees, strike one. Fastball moving low and in to the left-handed batting Brandon Riley. Quite a bit of horizontal break, 18 inches. That's a ton of break, 1.5 feet. Fastball moving around from Gustafson. 0-1 pitch, changeup. Misses the outside part of the plate. Good two-pitch sequence from Gustafson, going low and in on the first pitch with heat. Comes back with a changeup on the outside. The next pitch, but just didn't get the call. Even count, a ball and 1 strike, 1 out. Runner on first is Henderson Perez. Pitch to Riley is, I believe, cut on and missed. No, Riley did not swing the bat. Now they'll finally appeal to second base, and they will ring Riley up. So the count 1-2. Initially looked like they were going to stick with it, call being a ball. But after an appeal, finally to second, they ring Riley up. That's what I thought the call would be. It looked like initially that Riley did swing the bat. I was surprised they didn't appeal at first, and finally they did to get it called a strike. 1-2 to Riley. Bounced foul at the plate. Quite honestly, I'm a little surprised on that previous pitch that Bidwell just didn't ring up Riley himself. But either way, they're able to get it figured out eventually. A ball, 2 strikes the count. Now 6 hits on the night for Missoula, with Perez on at first. Series continues on tomorrow night. Wolf Wednesday here at the Yard. 1-2 pitch. Ground ball sharply hit to Jepson. Bobbles it a bit. Able to corral it. Takes it to the bag himself for out number 2. Sharp grounder. Jepson went to a backhand. Kind of bobbled it for a split second. Didn't panic. Knew he had some time being close to the bag. And was able to take it to first himself to pick up the second out. That brings the top of the order back into the box. Third time through, that's always what you point to, facing a pitcher. That's what we've got going now with Kevin Watley jumping into the box for the third time, hitless in his first 2 at-bats against Gustafson. Runner on at second, Perez moved up on that ground ball off the bat of Riley. First pitch, a changeup, misses the outside, 1-0. Watley hit the ball pretty hard to the right of second. Nice play made by Eddie McCabe on a backhand, threw out Watley. His last at-bat came in the third. 1-0 pitch, fastball, misses the inside. 2-ball, no strike count. Touched on the early advantage for the Billings Mustangs over the Glacier Range Riders. Also seeing the Rockies face off at the Owls in the South, along with the Vibes and the Boise Hawks. Game in the North and Southern Division sees the Chuckers taking on the Raptors. 2-0 pitch, low and outside, 3-0 the count to Watley. So this kind of coming out of nowhere from Gustafson. He's not walked anybody to this point through 3 2/3. All of a sudden is in a 3-0 count to Watley. Danger of bringing the tying run into the box as well with some pop as McLean O'Connor waits next. Gustafson delivers the 3-0. Watley lets it go by for strike 1, right down the pipe. And because of that scenario I just mentioned, Watley trying to reach to bring the tying run up, you would think Watley would take a pretty passive approach in this scenario. Put the pressure on Gustafson to throw a strike. 3-1 the count to Watley. Here it comes. Swung on, fouled off. Another fastball challenge from Gustafson. Watley spoils it. We will now see a 3-2 pitch with 2 outs. Missoula has had runners on in scoring position a few different instances, both the first and second innings. Finally, we were able to break through in the third, thanks to Nick Gatewood, an RBI base hit. Looking to chip at the lead once again with 2 outs with Watley in the box and a man at second. 3-2 count, and Gustafson steps off. At the last second, that was awfully close to a balk. We've already seen a balk call that was important in this game, led to a run scored by the Voyagers in the third. Payoff pitch is fouled away by Watley. Despite Gustafson stepping off, that movement almost looked like it was coming towards home plate, which when you're in the stretch, got a runner on base. Once you start your momentum going towards home plate, you cannot stop. The payoff once again comes inside and it hits Watley. Fastball trying to bust Watley in, and it was just a little bit too far in. Hit batsman. That will indeed bring McLean O'Connor into the box. It's been a quiet first 2 at-bats for McLean O'Connor opposite Gustafson. Fly ball into center and a strikeout. But he has a chance here in the fourth to change the trajectory of this game big time with 1 swing. 2 runners on and 2 outs. O'Connor represents the tying run in the box in a 4-run ball game, or a 4-1 ball game. Say that clearer. First pitch on the way. Changeup called a strike on the outside. So O'Connor evidently not thinking about a changeup in that count. That one looked to be right down Broadway. First pitch to O'Connor, let it go by for strike 1. 0-1 the count with 2 outs. Lead runner is Perez at second. The 0-1, another changeup, called a strike. That one looked to be well off the plate to O'Connor, but Gustafson got the call. 0-2. As O'Connor will jump back into the box, will have to readjust his approach. Watley at first, Perez at second, 2 away. Bottom 4-1 ball game. Pitch from Gustafson is a changeup, similar spot, what was called a ball. You could see Krabby pop the mitt after that one came in from Gustafson, and I like the strategy there. Saw a pitch that was off the plate, the previous pitch, called a strike. What do? They go right back to a similar spot, a 2-strike count, try to get O'Connor to chase. The 1-2 on the way, fouled off to the right, as O'Connor continues to battle in this at-bat. Touched on how I'd be curious to see how the Chuckers would do against a strong opponent. They've faced a lot of cellar dwellers in the Pioneer League start the season. Chuckers, at least in game 1, off to a great start against the Raptors. Football scored a touchdown, and the PAT was good, so they lead 7-0 in the 4th inning at Melaleuca Field. 1-2 pitch, check swing, strike 3 on the outside corner. Pitch looked to be on the outside. Would think that had to have been a swing by McLean O'Connor in the box, as to me there's no chance that could have been a called strike 3. Either way, that is the final out of the inning, and the Paddleheads strand 2 runners on as we head to the top of the 5th. Voyagers continue to lead this one, 4-1 the score. Back after this.
Satisfaction is guaranteed when you choose Missoula Realty. Locally owned and operated, the team at Missoula Realty has over 100 years of combined experience. As the old saying goes, it takes a village. And in this real estate market, it takes a team. See the difference a team can make. Call Missoula Realty today. Missoula Realty has a solution for every single client, from the experienced investor to the first-time homebuyer. But hey, don't take our word for it. Read unfiltered testimonials and reviews from our past clients online at ratedagent.com. Missoula Realty, 406-549-0094.
The things we ask you to do to win prizes has certainly changed, but one of the most consistent and desirable prizes here on Nuanez Now has never changed. Every Wednesday, you can tune in for your chance to win a dozen wings from the Desperado Sports Tavern and Grill. Desperado offers the best wings in the city of Missoula. Be sure to tune in every Wednesday during the 4 o'clock hour to 102.9 ESPN Missoula Nuanez Now for your chance to win a dozen wings from the Desperado Sports Tavern and Grill. The Desperado Sports Tavern and Grill proudly presents Wing It Wednesday on ESPN Radio.
I'm probably okay to have one more drink before I drive home. I'm probably okay. I open the window to stay alert. Probably okay. I just popped some gum in my mouth.
Step out of the car, please.
I probably made a mistake.
Probably okay isn't okay when it comes to drinking and driving. If you see a warning sign, stop and call a cab, a car, or a friend. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. A message brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is Missoula Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio.
Join the Paddleheads for the series finale of this 3-game slate Thursday night, June 16th, for an Indigenous Heritage celebration. The Missoula Paddleheads will rock heritage jerseys that you can check out online right now on social media. The players will be wearing these jerseys that were designed by an Indigenous artist. And the fans will also have the opportunity to bid on these on-field jerseys, and the winners of these silent auctions will take home the jerseys worn on the field by the Paddleheads on Thursday. And that silent auction is live right now online. As Tyler Krabby steps in, he swings at the first pitch, skies one, shallow center, racing in his Greenwald. He's not going to get there. Krabby hits one off the end of the bat, but it drops in harmlessly in shallow center. And Krabby is aboard to start things off here in this half inning for Great Falls. First time aboard for Tyler Krabby on the night. Next man scheduled to come up was Michael Deeb, and yes, he will come up. There was a little bit of a blip for a second, and now we're seeing why. Is now looking towards first base. Looks like the training staff for the Voyagers is out checking out Tyler Krabby. may have come up lame at first base. Manager Tommy Thompson out to check on Krabby as well. He's trying to jock it out behind the first base bag to see if he's all right. Bit shaken up after that single up the middle. Back to the Heritage Celebration, Indigenous Heritage Celebration Thursday night. Players rocking the specially designed jerseys. Silent auction. Visit gopaddleheads.com if you're interested on bidding on these jerseys that will be auctioned off this week, part of the game on Thursday night. All of the proceeds from the auction will go towards the All Nations Health Center, who is one of the two partners of the Indigenous Heritage Celebration, along with ATG Cognizant. And that game on Thursday night, just part of the celebration at Allegiance Field at Ogren Park. While the Paddleheads are on the road that weekend, facing off with Glacier, see a couple of Indigenous events taking place right here at the ballpark, including Friday night, June 17th, a talent showcase. And then on June the 18th, have a 5K fun run and walk. All those events here at the ballpark, Allegiance Field, Ogren Park. Come get your tickets for the game on Thursday, then join the Paddleheads on Friday and Saturday for more events celebrating the Indigenous community here in Montana. Ready to continue action now as Michael Deeb will step in. First pitch on the way is a called strike on the outside to make the count 0-1. We do see a pinch runner in for Krabby at first as well. It's Miles McKissick on the bases. Newly signed player for Great Falls. 0-1 on the way is outside, makes the count 1-1 strike. McKissick, a teammate of former Voyager, we mentioned signed with the White Sox last week. Hunter Dolander. McKissick also a Georgia Gwinnett product. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Pitch a hair off the plate, 1-2. Georgia Gwinnett, one of the strongest programs at the NAIA level of college baseball, won the national championship a season ago. 1-2 the count to Michael Deeb, who's been on base twice. Walked off Munch back in the third. Or check that was still when Monsione was still in the game. As the 1-2 pitch just misses the outside part of the plate. Evens up the count at 2-2 strikes. Munch rather, not happy whatsoever that last pitch was not called a strike. I think he's got a point. That one looked to be right on the corner. 2-2 count to Deeb, the pitch on the way. Fastball grounded towards second, backhanded by O'Connor, flips to Watley for one, on to first, 2, a double play. 4-6-3. Nicely turned by O'Connor and Watley. And just like that leadoff single wiped clean off the board. But Munch, that previous pitch before the ground ball double play, he was not happy at all. But that previous pitch that was called the ball on the outside. I mean, I could hear him yelling from up here in the booth, saying that was a strike on the outside. Here's Eddie McCabe. First pitch, fastball low for ball one. When breaking down and away from the right-hand batting McCabe. It's 2 for 2 thus far. Munch over the top, the 1-0 pitch, breaking ball in there. Strike one. Evens up the count at a ball and a strike. That pitch with a lot of vertical and horizontal break. It's moving down and in towards McCabe in the box. The 1-1 up high. 2-1 strike count. Fastball for Munch. It's been hovering around 90, 91 miles an hour. Working here in the fifth inning. 2-1 pitch with 2 outs. Ground ball left side. Watley has it go under his legs and into left field. Through his legs is probably a better description. That's an interesting one. So it's a tough ball to handle. We're going to have to check in with the official scorer on that one. I would think they'll ding Watley for an error in that spot. We'll see. And indeed, yes, they have. So score that an E6 on Watley with 2 outs as Derek Colbush steps in and cuts and misses at the first pitch, a fastball, 0-1. Munch's first batter that he faced in the third inning, coming in with 2 outs, was Colbush, who struck out. 0-1 pitch on the way, fastball off the outside, evens up the count. So far, Munch, couple of strikeouts, 3 of them in 2 innings complete at this point. Still 1 out left to get here in the 5th. The 1-1 on the way off the outside corner with a breaking ball. Slider missed, makes the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Saw Munch struggle with control a bit in the second, walking a couple of batters. But all in all, the lefty has been effective getting outs and has kept this Voyager offense off the board to this point. 2-1 with 2 outs. The pitch to Colbush, fastball, misses. 3-ball, 1 strike count. Once again, Munch a bit frustrated. That was not called a strike. Good hitters count for Colbush now. 3-1 with 2 away. Eddie McCabe on at first, who reached on the error. 4-1 advantage, 4-1 advantage for Great Falls here in the 5th. 3-1 offering, fastball misses outside for ball 4. Looks like Michael Schlack is going to head out to the mound. I think a big reason why is that Munch has been visually frustrated with the strike zone out on the mound. So I think Schlack's going out there to try to just calm the waters, so to speak. Not get too caught up on the zone itself and just try to focus more on executing your pitches. If you start to think too much about the strike zone and things you can't control, it'll take some of your focus away from the hitter itself. Just do what you can to try to get guys out in the box. Seems like kind of a simple thing to say, but sometimes mentally as a pitcher you can get caught up in things you shouldn't be thinking about. Looks like Michael Schlack is going to have a word with Ray Bidwell as well as he makes his way off the mound. I'm sure having a few words about the strike zone. Schlack still talking with Bidwell. So this conversation rolls on, and now Schlack will exit stage left and go back into the dugout. They could see just with his hands, he was motioning laterally. So I think Schlack had beef with the lateral zone or lack thereof as well. With 2 runners on and 2 outs, Adam Oviedo will be the hitter. Oviedo struck out swinging to lead off the 4th. Also is hit by a pitch. He's 0 for 1. Batting here with a couple of runners on. Voyagers looking to extend their 3-run lead. First pitch to Oviedo. Check swing, pitch on the inside. Makes the count 1-0. Thought initially that maybe that one inadvertently tipped the bat of Oviedo going into the glove of Perez, but not the case. A ball and no strikes the count to Oviedo. Munch trying to pitch through this inning. The 1-0 delivery. Fastball, strike at the low part of the zone. Fastball with a ton of sink on it, going away from the right-handed batting Oviedo as well. That's a tough pitch to handle. Man, at 90 miles an hour, thing running down and away. Good luck. 1-1 with 2 outs. Munch kicks and throws. Fastball. Similar spot. Call the ball. Maybe a bit inside that time. Count 2 balls and a strike. It's one thing you can say about Munch's stuff. This fastball is got a ton of bite to it. 2-1 with 2 outs. Pitch to Oviedo. Fastball fouled. Straight back. Touch on the movement. That pitch had 17 inches of induced vertical break and 12 inches of horizontal break. So moving horizontally and vertically over a foot. Oof. 2-2 pitch to Oviedo. Fastball fouled off. I mean, I just think about that. From my perspective, of course, obviously, I'm not a professional baseball player, but I don't know what I would do. Seeing something that's moving literally a foot in one direction or another, how do you pick that up? How do you anticipate where the ball's going to go? Guess what? That's why they're getting paid to play ball. 2-2 pitch from Munch. Breaking ball. Missing high for ball 3. 3 balls and 2 strikes the count. I don't know. That was pretty close. Munch taking a long look in. This is a big pitch here, 3-2. Walk would load the bases and bring Braden Daniel in the top of the order back up. Munch sets up high. The payoff. Runners take off. Slider, strike 3 on the inside part of the plate. See ya later. And Munch is out of the inning. 2 runners left stranded. Paddleheads still trail by 3. 4-1 the score. Headed to the bottom of the 5th. We will see if Missoula can indeed
Back to live local play-by-play on 102.9 ESPN Missoula.
back into the action here in the 5th inning. It will be Cam Thompson leading things off to start the frame. Gustafson back to work. First pitch foul, straight back. Right out over the plate. 0-1 the count. Thompson, then Newman, as the 0-1 is just outside. Evens up the count, a ball and 1 strike. That's one thing we've seen from Gustafson a few times, where he's gotten away with fastballs early in the count right out over the plate. 1-1 pitch, Thompson. This one dips down low. 2-ball, 1 strike count. But overall, Gustafson's done a pretty good job keeping this Paddlehead offense off the board. Strikeouts, he's got 5 of those. He's only issued 1 free pass. The 2-1 pitch swung on and missed. Fastball on the outer half makes the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cam Thompson, pair of singles to this point, 2 for 2. Newman also has been on base twice. Thompson waits. The pitch is lifted into left center field. Deep moving back is going to reach up and make the catch. Backpedaling in left center field. Thompson kept off the bases for the first time. That is out number 1. Batter will now be Jason Newman. Touched on how Newman's been on base twice. Single and a walk to this point for Newman. First pitch here is knee high, called a strike. The outside part of the zone, count is 0-1. 4 runs on 6 hits for the Voyagers. Just 1 run on 5 hits for the Paddleheads. 1 error for Missoula, none for Great Falls. Gustafson delivers the 0-1. This one, a half swing and a ground ball. Fair ball, diving stop by Jepson. Takes it to the bag for out number 2. Kind of a funky swing by Newman, but grounded it up the line, and Jepson made a fantastic stop near the first base bag. Continues to showcase his all-around talent is Riley Jepson to record out number 2. That was not an easy play to handle at all. Dealing with the bag, kind of had to step over the top of it to get to the ball, backhanded it at first, made it look relatively easily. Here's Nick Gatewood. First pitch to Gator is a strike on the outside, 0-1. Gustafson looking for his first 1-2-3 inning here in the 5th. Gatewood to this point, 1 for 2. The 0-1. This one hit the other way, but foul on the third base side. Strike 2, 0-2. Gatewood to this point has brought in the only run for Missoula. It was a RBI single with 2 outs that scored Cam Thompson. That's been it so far with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss at a fastball on the outside. And the Paddleheads are down 1-2-3 as Gustafson picks up his 6th strikeout on the mound. We'll head to the 6th inning with Great Falls leading Game 1 by a score of 4-1.
Dreaming of summer fun? Stop dreaming. Visit any Farmer State Bank location to speak with a consumer lender about making your summer dreams come true. Farmer State Bank offers a full range of consumer loans for vehicles, boats, campers, and more. Rates are competitive and there's never an application fee. You can even apply online at farmersebank.com. Bring on summer fun. Farmer State Bank, your Montana bank since 1907. An equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Soccer, the beautiful game. The most popular sport in the world. Whatever you call it, we're talking about it on Soccer and Snow and Smoke, the new podcast from ESPN Missoula. Join me, Andrew Houghton, as I examine football at all levels, from the burgeoning club and high school scene in Missoula to the defending Big Sky Conference champion Montana Grizzlies to the great leagues of Europe. Find Soccer and Snow and Smoke wherever you get your podcasts, and listen to the Footy 15 segment twice a month on Nuanez Now.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
ESPN Radio for Western Montana, KKVU HD3 Stevensville, and 102.9 FM on K275BS Missoula. We now return to Paddlehead Play-by-Play on ESPN Radio.
Munch going back to work, continuing on his relief stint for the Missoula Paddleheads, who continue to trail in this game. Score is 4-1. The Voyagers will send the top of the order to the dish to face off with Munch here in the 6th. Braden Daniel, Colin Runge, and Andy Atwood. Over the top comes Munch. The first pitch is up high. Changeup missing, makes the count 1-0. Braden Daniel has been big part of the offense thus far for Great Falls. 1-0 pitch, fastball, finds the zone on the outside. Even count now at 1-1 strike. Daniel has walked twice, also drove in a run with an RBI single back in the second. 1-1 pitch on the way from Munch is low and inside. Ricocheted off something as there was something when that went flying up in the air. Not sure what it was. The umpire, Bidwell, just gave it to the bat boy, took it back into the dugout. On the Paddleheads side. Wonder what that was. 2-1. The count to Daniel as Munch comes over the top and delivers. This one misses outside. Changeup, 3-1 strike count to Daniel. Looking to draw his third walk of the night is Daniel in a 3-1 count. Munch trying to find the zone. The 3-1 pitch is cut on and fouled off to the right. Fastball on the inside fills up the count at 3-2. And touched on it at the beginning of the broadcast. Daniel kind of showcasing Voyagers' ability to draw walks. They've just done a great job of doing that to this point in the season. The payoff 3-2, taken outside with a slider, ball 4. And Daniel once again on base, fourth time on tonight. As Colin Runge will jump in. By my counts, that's the 7th walk issued by Paddleheads pitchers. As Colin Runge jumps in. Runner takes off on the first pitch. It's taken for strike 1. Throw down, not even close. Easy steal of second base for Braden Daniel. What pitch was a strike, but Daniel easily able to take second base, immediately into scoring position. It's two-man combo once again looking to do damage here in the 6th inning. Voyagers lead by 3, 4-1 the score. Runge waits on Munch. Daniel extending his lead. The 0-1 misses the outside, evens up the count. Mentioned the two-man combo, Daniel and Runge. Saw these two guys strike in the first inning. First two batters of the game, walk and a double, and immediately it was 1-0 Voyagers. 1-1 the count. Munch a peek to second base. Takes off. The 1-1 pitch is, looks like a strike on the inside, was not called. 2-1, and Daniel easily took third as well. That was just a matter of Munch forgetting about the runner on the bases. Saw it that Daniel took a big secondary lead on the previous pitch. Was able to see that Munch just wasn't paying any attention to him, so he just took off. 2-1 the count to Runge, with now a runner on at third and nobody out. Action going now in the Missoula bullpen. 2-1 pitch is low. Ball 3, 3-1 strike count. Three and 1 to Colin Runge, Andy Atwood to follow. Munch, danger of walking the second batter this frame. This one's a high pop-up. Almost dead in the middle of the field, moving back and making the play in very shallow center is McLean O'Connor. That pop-up seemingly was up there for an eternity. Finally came down from out of the stratosphere, recorded out number 1. So Runge sent back to the dugout. Anytime you can pick up an out with a runner at third in that type of a scenario, that's a win. So Munch will take it as Andy Atwood will jump in. Atwood's quiet so far, 0 for 3. First pitch from Munch, swing and a miss at a breaking ball. Knee high or just a hair bit below it. Good pitch from Munch with a slider to make the count 0-1. The tall right-hander Nathan Alexander is the man warming in the paddlehead pen down the left field line. Waiting is Atwood on the 0-1. Here it comes from Munch. This one is just low. Change up below the knees makes the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Atwood strikeouts in each of his last 2 at-bats, struck out swinging against Munch in the 4th. 1 of 3 Ks thus far for Munch coming out of the pen. The 1-1 pitch dips down into the zone. On the inside, makes the count 1-2. Another one of those fastballs with just a ton of movement, breaking low and in to Atwood. Ball and 2 strikes with 1 out. If I were Munch, I'd go right back to that pitch in this scenario. Looks like Perez will set up away, so changing things up, it looks like. The 1-2 pitch is taken for ball 2. They'll appeal the first, and on the appeal, Atwood called out on strikes. He checked his swing, couldn't keep the bat back. That's strike 3. Down goes Andy Atwood. That's the hat trick for him. He's 0 for 4 now. Riley Jepson now into the box. This inning began, looks like it was not headed the Paddleheads' way, but now Munch trying to pitch out that leadoff walk. Here's Riley Jepson, first pitch just below the knees for ball 1. 1 ball, no strike the count. Another close pitch. Not called a strike. Seems like there's been a number of those in this game. Jepson also has been quiet tonight. 1-0 delivery, slider up and in. Makes the count 2 balls and no strikes. So in that regard, the Paddleheads have done a good job facing Atwood and Jepson. Those 2 guys in the middle of the order to this point, 0 for 7 at the plate. Count 2-0 to Jepson. Pitch from Munch is way up high. Makes the count 3 balls and no strikes. If Jepson finds his way aboard for the first time in the ballgame, we will see Tyler Krabby jump in. Or check that, it won't be Krabby. Will be Nick Emanuel. Remember, Krabby came out of the game due to an injury, running the bases when his spot came up in the 5th. And now looks like time has been called, and Jepson is going to be put on for free. So in the 3-0 count to Jepson, the Paddleheads will elect to face Nick Emanuel instead. So an intentional walk in a 3-0 count. And looking at the numbers for Nick Emanuel, a returner from a season ago, you could see why they'd rather face Nick Emanuel, a left-handed batter, versus Jepson. Nick Emanuel, a very strong defensive catcher, but has struggled swinging the bat. Just 5 hits and 29 at-bats to this point. First pitch to Jepson is a fastball on the outside for strike 1. And Munch had a little bit of a reaction, kind of like bobbing his head up and down. And he finally got a pitch on the outside to be called a strike. 0-1 with 2 outs, runners on at the corners, top 6. Pitch to Emanuel, runner takes off, and holding on to the ball is Perez. Sliding into second base was Jepson without a throw. With 2 outs, I was surprised that Perez elected to not let it go. It didn't seem like Jepson had a great jump on that play, but Perez kept the gun in the holster. Count now 0-2 on Emanuel with 2 runners on now in scoring position at second and third. Munch trying to navigate this 6th inning without allowing any runs. The 0-2 on the way is a line drive left center field. This one is going to split the gap and roll all the way to the wall. Nick Emanuel, a big swing with 2 outs here in the 6th. Makes the score 6-1. Double into left center field. Looking back at that 6-game slate, touched on the quiet start to the year for Emanuel. He's had a couple of clutch at-bats against Missoula. He had a 2 RBI single with 2 outs in the late innings in Game 3 of that 6-game slate. Kind of give the Voyagers some breathing room, and that's exactly what Emmanuel did there with 2 outs. A double to give the Voyagers their largest lead of the game. First pitch now to Michael D. misses low. Count 1 ball and no strikes. So now a 5-run advantage for Great Falls, 6-1. The way Gustafson has been throwing, it's going to be a mountain to climb for Missoula. 1-0 pitch is at the knee, strike 1. Fastball gets the call to Deeb. Michael Deeb has been on base twice. Walk and a single. Bounced into a double play. It's last time in the 5th, the 4-6-3. 1-1 with Emmanuel at second. Pitch from Munch is down low. 2 ball, 1 strike count. So with all the momentum on the Paddlehead side, off that action against the Mustangs, Voyagers proving to be a pesky opponent in the early parts of the season. The 2-1 pitch is outside. 3 ball, 1 strike count. And the main thing I'd point to, and keep on touching on it, is the inability, at least tonight, these Paddlehead pitchers to get ahead in the count. Been pitching from behind quite a bit. The 3-1 on the way is up high for ball 4. That is the second walk issued by Munch in this inning. Third free pass overall. Technically, with Jepson in the box in this inning, it was an intentional walk, although Jepson was already in a 3-0 count when he was put on for free. Here comes Michael Schlack. Looks like this will be the end of the road for Munch on the hill. Alexander throwing in the pen. Eddie McCabe, a right-handed batter, coming up, and indeed that will be the end of the night for Munch on the hill. So Munch departs, and looks like we will now see Nathan Alexander coming in and out of the pen. Lake Jackson, Texas product. He'll look to clean things up in this inning and bring Missoula home with just the 2 runs scoring. Alexander, this is his 6th appearance out of the bullpen, is tied with Zach Smith for the most appearances out of the Missoula pen. Alexander, pretty strong numbers in 7 2/3 innings. Just 1 earned run allowed, 9 Ks in 7 2/3, opposed to 3 walks. So ERA good at 1.17. Alexander will look to calm the waters, get the final out here in the 6th inning, make sure that lead doesn't get any larger for Great Falls. Another thing you can point to from, now this being the 10th game these two teams have gotten together in the early parts of the season, the Voyagers have time and time again come up with big swings in 2-out scenarios to flame the fires of the rally. Good example of that in this inning, the double off the bat of Nick Emanuel to bring in a pair. While we have a moment, Alexander finishing up his warm-up tosses. Peek around the rest of the Pioneer League, see what's going down on a Tuesday night. Mentioned the Billings Mustangs and the Glacier Range Riders are getting together. Not the first game ever at the new Flathead Field. So far, it's been all Mustangs in that first game at Flathead Field. Score is 9-1 Billings. Last time we got an update. Must be having some issues with the stat program at Flathead Field. First pitch on the way to Eddie McCabe from Alexander is high. It's the only updates on the score we're getting from that Flathead, or that Glacier and Billings game in the Flathead Valley, has been off of Twitter. The 1-0 pitch is outside to McCabe to make the count 2-0. So last update we got about a half hour ago through 4.5 innings saw the Mustangs leading 9-1. That ball game at Flathead Field. The 2-0 pitch is inside to McCabe. Make it 3-0. Don't know what it is in the water tonight, but these Paddlehead pitchers cannot buy a strike. 3-0 the count with 2 outs. Alexander in danger of walking the bases loaded. There's already been 2 walks in this inning, along with an intentional walk. McCabe's got 2 hits. He's 2 for 3. He's been on base 3 times. He reached on an error made by Watley in the 5th. 3-0 pitch is down below the knees, and that's a 4-pitch walk to McCabe to load the bases. That will bring the 8th batter of the inning, Derek Colbush, into the box. Surprising that you've seen that many batters come to the plate in an inning, well, just to see 2 runs come in. Colbush 0 for 2. He's been on base once with, you guessed it, a walk. First pitch to Colbush here, called a strike. Fastball. The outside makes the count 0-1. That may have been a bit of a break for Alexander on the mound. Looked to be off the plate, but was called a strike. 0-1 pitch, fouled straight back. Fastball again towards that outer half. Makes the count 0-2 quickly on Colbush. 2 runs already in for the Voyagers, who lead 6-1 now in the 6th inning. Looking for a whole lot more with the bases loaded. The 0-2 pitch is taken for strike 3 on the outside corner. Change-up froze Colbush, and Alexander is out of the jam. Bases are left loaded, but a big swing from Riley Jepson with 2 outs brings the Voyagers to their largest lead of the night, which stands at 5. We'll see if the peanut inning can bring anything for the Paddleheads offense after this.
Hi, I'm Dave Lapham. I was motivated to have surgery because I can no longer do the things I love doing without the pain. I had a total knee joint replacement surgery, and I'm so happy with the care that I received. The surgery went so well, I was up and walking within a few hours and went home the next morning. I would recommend Missoula Bone and Joint to anybody who wants to keep being active without the constant pain. I loved having surgery at an outpatient setting so I could recover at home, and I can't wait to get back to my outdoor activities.
Now back to Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio Missoula.
Well, maybe the peanut inning is what the Paddleheads offense needs to get something rolling against Shane Gustafson. Will be Keaton Greenwald starting things off with Missoula trailing by 5. 6-1 the score. The only run for the Paddleheads in the game so far came in the 3rd inning on a single from Nick Gatewood. Gustafson throws the first pitch of the inning. It's way inside to Greenwald to make the count 1-0. The count to Greenwald. Sammy B getting into the peanut inning as there's a ground ball towards the middle. Diving is Oviedo. He can't quite get it to the left of second. That one went off the glove of Oviedo and into the outfield. Good effort by Adam Oviedo, full extension to the left of second base, but was just unable to get to that one. Leadoff base hit, though, for Greenwald. Good way to start an inning. Missoula hasn't had a lot of leadoff men aboard. Happens here in the 6th. Jared Akins will now jump in. Akins, an infield single in the 2nd, a sharply hit ground ball. Hit towards Oviedo, just kind of knocked it down from a backhand spot. See how Gustafson does in the stretch. Ground ball, first base side, foul. Gloved by Jepson near the bag, but it was just foul. Bullpen has got going for Great Falls down the right field line. I would imagine that's Becerra throwing in the pen. And actually, no. Is that Castro? I believe it is. Alexander Castro throwing in the pen. 0-1 pitch is down and away. That's surprising to see. Castro has been a starter to this point for Great Falls, but Castro's getting loose. Interesting. 1-1. 1-1 to Akins. Pitch. Ground ball. Jepson has it. Throws to second. That's one. And that's all they'll get, as Oviedo hangs on to it at second base. That is a 3-6 fielder's choice to record the first out of the inning, as now the runner at first will be Akins. Greenwald retired, though, will head back to the dugout on the third base side. Henderson Perez will now jump into the box. Perez, an infield hit in the game. He's 1 for 2, also struck out looking against Gustafson. 1 of 6 Ks for the right-hander. Swing and a miss at the first pitch. Makes the count 0-1. Paddleheads looking to get something rolling offensively. Just 1 run on the board and a 5-run deficit here in the 6th inning. The 0-1 delivery, check swing at a fastball that missed inside. Mentioned Castro in the pen for Great Falls. Nothing doing in the Missoula pen down the left field line. So will probably be another inning for Alexander. 1-1, pitch to Perez, swing and a miss at a breaking ball in the outside portion. Looked like a slider from Gustafson. Count is now a ball and 2 strikes. 1-2. Akins, a fair-sized lead away from first. 1-2 to Perez. The pitch. This one a ground ball to the glove of Gustafson. Throws to Oviedo for 1, on to first, double play. Leadoff single for Greenwald, but double play gets Gustafson out of the inning, and the Paddleheads are once again held off the scoreboard. 6 strong innings for the right-hander Gustafson. We're headed to the 7th with Missoula trailing 6-1.
Bank like a local. Whether you're a Montana native or just putting down
inning. Great Falls has led since the first inning. First two batters came into the box, and the Voyagers immediately had a 1-0 lead, and to this point, they have not even peeked back. Score is 6-1, so Missoula still hanging around in this one. But what an outing for the right-hander Gustafson. Has kept this Paddlehead offense in check for the majority of the night. And the thing that's seemingly even more impressive is seemingly is getting stronger as the game goes on as well. Last 3 or 4 innings hasn't allowed much of anything. Just kind of a couple base runners here or there. Adam Oviedo to lead things off against Alexander, who takes up high for ball 1. Great Falls offense has done a good job of taking advantage of the situations given to them by Missoula. 1-0 pitch, couple of big swings with 2 outs. Count evened up at a ball and a strike now to Oviedo. Change up, found the high part of the zone. So Oviedo, Braden Daniel, and Colin Runge. 9-1-2 spots for Great Falls here in the 7th. As Alexander throws the 1-1 pitch, it's inside to make the count 2 balls and a strike. After this series, a lot of road action for the Paddleheads. Seen a couple of quick road trips, but a 6-gamer coming up after this 3-game series. 2 balls and a strike, pitch on the way, hit the other way, but foul off to the right. Interesting note, touched on the makeup game coming next week. A few times through the broadcast last night and tonight. From this last weekend, there were 2 games played between the Mustangs and Paddleheads. Still 1 game left to make up. 2-2 pitch is hit to right field, pretty well hit. Drifting back on it is Greenwald. This ball's going to go off the top of the wall. Beg your pardon, Aikens playing that one in right. He fires it back in, but that will be a double off the bat of Adam Oviedo. That ball well struck to straightaway right off the top of the wall. Good start to the inning for the Voyagers, who will look to add on here in the 7th inning. The pesky Braden Daniel will jump into the box. Touched on how the free passes have been a problem in this ball game for Missoula. Showcased by Daniel by himself. He's drawn 3 walks. First pitch to Daniel is a changeup that misses down low. 1 ball, no strike count to Braden Daniel. Daniel also an RBI base hit, so 1 for 1 with 3 walks. That surely is doing your job in the leadoff spot. 1-0 pitch will not come as Alexander chases Oviedo back to the second base bag. That the 9th hit of the night for the Voyagers. 6 hits on the other side for Missoula, who trails by 5. 1-0 pitch to Daniel is up high, makes the count 2-0. First time we're seeing Braden Daniel hit from the left side in this ball game. He faced a pair of left-handed batters in his first 4 at-bats with Munch and Monsione on the hill. 2-0 the count to Braden Daniel. 2-0 on the way. This one a high drive deep to right. Forget about this one. It's way gone. Braden Daniel runs into one and continues his fabulous night at the plate. That extends the Voyagers' lead to 8-1. Second home run of the year for Braden Daniel. And it's now a 7-run advantage for the Voyagers here in the 7th inning. No doubt about that one. Down the right in right field, that one traveled almost 300 feet. Exit velocity at 100 miles an hour. Touched on numerous times the short porch and right as Runge goes after the first pitch, fouls it off to the right. Strike 1, 0-1. Short porch and right being 287. There was nothing cheap about that homer from Daniel as the 0-1 is fouled straight back. And what a night for Daniel. 2-run blast, 2 for 2 with 3 walks and 3 RBIs at the top of the order. 0-2 to Colin Runge, who's been on base twice. The pitch is slowly bounced foul on the third base side. So the headline guys coming in for Great Falls, in middle of the order. The 0-2 pitch is hit high in the air, right field, in the park. Drifting back a bit is Akins. Near the warning track, he makes the catch. Right in front of the warning track for the second out. Runge retired for the third time. He is now 1 for 4. That is out number 1 in this half inning, as Andy Atwood will step in. Again, these battlers in the middle of the order, Atwood and Jepson, kind of the two guys grabbing the headlines with their offensive production. Those two guys have been dead quiet to this point. First pitch to Atwood is taken for strike 1. 0-1, pitch on the outer half. Atwood and Jepson combined are 0 for 7 as the 0-1 pitch is cut on and missed to make it 0-2. Atwood already with 3 strikeouts is 0 for 4. Alexander trying to give him the golden sombrero. The 0-2 pitch, fastball, strike 3 on the outside corner. And there it is. 0 for 5 with 4 Ks and a golden sombrero for Andy Atwood for the second out recorded in the inning. Braden Daniel and all that production at the top of the order has been enough, despite the inability of Atwood and Jepson to get something going. Jepson did reach base his last time up, was put on base for free, an intentional free pass. That was back in the 6th inning. Voyagers have scored 4 runs in the last 2 innings, unanswered, lead by 7. First pitch to Jepson is a fastball that misses the outside part of the plate. 1-0 count. So Great Falls looks to keep it rolling against these paddleheads. So far, so good from the Voyagers' standpoint, as the 1-0 is laced foul on the third base side. 9 games played between these two coming into tonight. Touched on Great Falls' record at 6-3. Success tonight, Missoula will have to figure something out as the 1-1 pitch is up high. Because there will be plenty of games moving forward against this Great Falls club. 2-1, pitch on the way with 2 outs as a line shot to right field, but right to Akins, who drifts to the line a bit, makes the play. That is the end of the frame. But the Voyagers add on here in the 7th. Braden Daniel continues his fantastic night at the plate, launching a 2-run blast to right field to give the Voyagers an 8-1 advantage. Time to stretch here at Allegiance Field. Paddleheads need their offense to stretch things out a bit if they want to try to get back into this one. They trail by 7.
The Bell Pipe and Tobacco Shop presents Solitude.
It's great to see you again, Otis.
Yeah.
I sure missed the smell of the bell. Hiding out from COVID sure took its toll, but I guess it wasn't all bad. You know what Schopenhauer said?
Right.
He said, if a man does not love solitude, he will not love freedom, for it is only when he is alone that he is really free.
You're never lonely if you have a cigar.
Well said, Otis.
The Bell Pipe and Tobacco Shop when it's time to buy some company. There.
Missoula Bone and Joint offers an orthopedic walk-in clinic for those unexpected injuries. No referral and no appointment is needed for broken bones and all musculoskeletal injuries, neck to toe. Skip the ER to save time and money and receive quality orthopedic care when you need it, with x-ray, casting, and bracing available at your visit. We are open for walk-ins weekdays, evenings, and Saturdays. Missoula Bone and Joint on Mullen Road. Quality care from people who care.
What grows in the forest? Trees? Sure. Know what else grows in the forest? Our imagination, our sense of wonder, and our family bonds grow too. Because when we disconnect from this and connect with this, we reconnect with each other. The forest is closer than you think. Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
This is Missoula Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio.
Paddleheads oftentimes fight down the stretch offensively. They're going to need to battle back over these final 3 innings at the dish, trailing by 7. 8-1 is the score. It's been pretty much all quiet on the Western Front through 6 innings against Gustafson. See if the 7th brings something different. Brandon Riley to lead things off. First pitch to him here is knee-high or apparently below it for ball 1. 1 ball, no strike count. That one right on the black, it looks like from up here. A changeup from Gustafson, a good pitch, but was not called a strike. 1-0 to Riley. Pitch on the way, 1-0 is no question about that one. Low and inside. Quiet so far as Brandon Riley, 0 for 2. Couple of ground ball outs. Only run for the Paddleheads came back in the 3rd inning. 2-0 delivery to Riley. Fastball misses the outside. Count quickly, 3-0. Obviously, with a large deficit, want to get guys on base, keep the line moving, get a rally going. 3-0. Riley waits the pitch. This one is below the knees for ball 4. With Gustafson pitching into the 7th here, have to keep an eye on fatigue. Pitch count also starting to creep up there for Gustafson on the hill. That was pitch number 94 on the mound, working here in the 7th. We haven't seen many pitchers in the Pioneer eclipse that 100-pitch mark in the early parts of the season. Voyagers have some action going in the pen. Down the right field line, looks like it's Castro up once again, with Kevin Watley jumping into the box with nobody out. First pitch on the way is fastball on the inside for strike 1. Quite a bit of movement moving towards the left-handed batting Watley in this at-bat. Switch hitter hitting from the left side is Watley. Watley reached on a hit batsman back in the 4th. 0 for 2 overall. 0-1 delivery, swing and a miss. Pitch on the outside makes the count 0-2. Riley, pretty good speed on the bases, hasn't shown much in terms of taking off in this spot. Watley will have to battle back. The 0-2 pitch is grounded slowly but foul, third base side. McLean O'Connor waits next here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Voyagers, to this point in the year, have kind of used a formula where they've rode their starter as long as they've could as the 0-2 is fouled off, because Great Falls has a glaring hole in their bullpen. They have a couple of relievers that have really pitched well for them, but it's the depth that's been the problem, getting to that middle part of the bullpen. Seen Anthony Becerra pitch very well. 21 Ks in 15 2/3. There's a ground ball right side. Only play for McCabe will be to first. Flipping it to Jepson for the out. So that moves Riley up to second base. Watley retired for the 3rd time in the game. He's now 0 for 3. That will send McLean O'Connor into the box. O'Connor hasn't seemed to have seen Gustafson very well on the mound. Pair of strikeouts, 0 for 3. Struck out swinging in each of his last 2 at-bats, did O'Connor. Riley on its second, first pitch, fastball, you bet, on the outside corner, 0-1. Fastball from Gustafson doesn't have a ton in terms of velocity. It's been hovering around 86, 87 miles an hour. But a lot of break on that fastball, moving away from right-handed batters. A lot of natural cut. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss at a changeup on the outside part of the zone. Good pitch from Gustafson. Backing up that fastball on the outside with a changeup. Looks like the same pitch coming in. Velocity crosses you up. Fastball changeup combo from Gustafson in an 0-2 count with O'Connor in the box. Gustafson throws it into center field, back behind the runner. That will allow Riley to move up to third. That's a strange sequence there. Gustafson stepped off, kind of stopped for a second, looked at Riley, then flipped it, kind of sidearmed, and the ball ended up going flying into center field. That puts a runner on at third and less than 2 outs. So if O'Connor can put it in play, give the Paddleheads a chance to try to get a run home, trailing by 7. 8-1 the score in the 7th. 0-2 the count to O'Connor. Open stance from the right. Gustafson throws. This one a little bloop. Center field. Daniel can't get there. In center field. Racing in is Brandon Riley. And the Paddleheads do knock in a run. Thanks to the little bloop single up the middle from McLean O'Connor. That's RBI number 11 on the year for O'Connor. Here comes Tommy Thompson out of the dugout. This may be it for Gustafson on the hill. Looks like it will be. He's making his way out of the bullpen. Looks like it's Anthony Becerra. We saw Lopez warming earlier, but Becerra must have snuck in there as well. Lopez and Becerra do look relatively similar in the bullpen as well, with Castro and Becerra both around 6 feet tall. So it could be easy to mix those two guys up, but it's Becerra that comes in out of the bullpen. Touched on his success as a reliever this year for Great Falls. It's been very solid for Tommy Thompson. This is his 6th appearance out of the pen. A 2.30 ERA in 15 2/3 innings. He's given up 13 hits in those frames, 4 runs, 21 strikeouts. That leads all Voyagers pitchers coming into action tonight, averaging over 12 strikeouts per 9 innings to this point on the year. Sure, a big reason why he's coming in this spot. Cam Thompson, the next man due up, a left-handed batter. So this is just the first game of action in this 3-game set between these two teams. You can come on back to the yard on both Wednesday and Thursday night to catch some Paddleheads baseball. Tomorrow night, Wolf Wednesday here at the yard. You can bring out your dog, enjoy some what sounds like it's going to be some warmer weather. Thank goodness. It's been such a chilly Tuesday here in the Garden City. Then on Thursday, got the Indigenous celebration coming up. Part of the Indigenous Heritage celebration will last Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. It'll get kicked off Thursday night here at the ballpark. Paddleheads will be rocking specially designed uniforms designed by an Indigenous artist. They were showed off at the ballpark. Also can check them out on social media. Check them out if you like them. There's a silent auction live right now where you can bid on these what will be game-worn jerseys that the Paddleheads will rock on Thursday. All the proceeds also go to a very good cause. As Cam Thompson steps in, first pitch he sees from Becerra is outside for ball 1. All the proceeds from the aforementioned auction on Thursday night, or I shouldn't say Thursday night as it's live right now, a silent auction online. All the proceeds will go towards All Nations Health Center. So a cool deal. Enjoy some baseball and support a good cause. 1-0 pitch to Thompson is outside to make the count 2-0. 2-0, 1 out. Runner on at first is McLean O'Connor. Will run in for the Paddleheads in this half inning. 8-2 now the score. Cam Thompson, 2 hits in the game, 2 for 3. Pitch from Becerra, slider, breaks in there for strike 2. Or strike 1, rather. There were 2 balls. 2-ball, 1 strike count. Touched on it. Conclusion of this series, then it's off to the road. Excited to see the scene in Kalispell this weekend. The 2-1 pitch is off the plate. 3-ball, 1 strike count. 1 out in the inning. I mean, anytime you can go check out a new multi-million-dollar facility, why wouldn't you want to? Wonder if the booth is up to snuff. We'll see. 3-ball, 1 strike count with 1 out. O'Connor away from first. Thompson waiting pitch on the way. This one skied into center field. Drifting back is Braden Daniel, still going back now. Strides up, makes the play in front of the warning track. Firing it in, but O'Connor easily able to tag up to second. That fly ball in center field had a fair amount of carry on it. Maybe on a warmer night may have been a bit more interesting. But Daniel was able to track it down just in front of the warning track in center, dead center field, for the second out of the inning. Into the box now will be Jason Newman. It's kind of fun in the clubhouse today. So I go in there a couple hours before the game, check in with manager and the coaches, pass off stats and all that stuff. Help out Michael Schlack and his staff. First pitch on the way, cut on and missed. Also get the lineups from both teams to pass around to folks here on Media Row. So kind of walking by Newman's locker and just said, hey, Newman, haven't even seen the lineup card. You in there? Coming off the IL today. 0-1 pitch is down low, and Newman didn't even say anything. He just sat there in his locker and looked up at me, and he smiled and nodded. Just like, yeah, I'm back. A ball and a strike the count. You gotta love stuff like that, where a guy just relishes the opportunity to go out and compete. The 1-1 pitch, Newman takes a strike. Heater on the inside makes the count 1-2. O'Connor still on at second with 2 away. Newman trying to come through with 2 outs, get both runs back. They lost in the last half inning. Great Falls scoring a pair thanks to Braden Daniel in top of the 7th. 1-2 pitch, fastball elevated above the belt. Makes the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Can't close the book on Gustafson either. 6 2/3 is responsible for O'Connor, who stands on at second. If he were to come home in this inning, that run would be charged to Gustafson. 2-2. Newman waits. Becerra still pausing. Now comes home. Swinging a rocket towards short. Past a dive of Oviedo into left field. They're going to wave in O'Connor. The throw from D will not come. Goes to second. That is an RBI single for Jason Newman. So a successful return for Newman. He was swinging the bat well when he went on the inactive list. In the early parts of June, had recorded hits in 4 consecutive games before going on the IL. And he keeps it rolling, coming off the inactive list, 2 for 3 night with a couple of RBIs. Or just 1 RBI rather, but either way, definitely a positive sign when there hasn't been much going the Paddleheads' way offensively. See Newman get right back to his stride. First pitch to Nick Gatewood is laced foul. And what a stop made in the Voyager dugout. That one was skipped right in front of the railing on the first base side. And somebody came running out, snagged it, backhanded, and ran right back in the dugout. Couldn't tell who it was. 0-1 pitch is bounced a high chopper foul. See if somebody in that Voyager pen can make a play. They won't get a chance as it ricochets away from them. But how quickly the person moved in the dugout to grab it was like a flash of speed. My bet's on Tavis Brunson. 0-2 pitch to Gatewood. Check swing, stays off a breaking ball. Stay alive, 1-2. Touched on numerous times how Tavis Brunson just has boatloads of speed. A reserve outfielder for the Voyagers. May have just showed it off in the dugout. The 1-2 pitch is cut on and missed. Slider actually a foul tip into the glove of Emmanuel. Either way, strike 3 and the end of an inning. But the Paddleheads do get the 2 runs they lost back in this half inning, scoring a pair, an RBI base hit for both McLean O'Connor and Jason Newman.
Missoula.
What's up? This is Sammy B, the MC for your Missoula Paddleheads. Thanks for listening to Paddleheads Baseball on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM.
Nick Emanuel, who came in to the ballgame after injury to Tyler Krabby, leads off this inning against Alexander, who fires up high, first pitch of the 8th inning. So 5, 6, 7 spots in Tommy Thompson's order. Manuel, Deeb, and then McCabe. 1-0 delivery, swing and a miss. Makes the count a ball and 1 strike. Manuel's had 1 at-bat in this game, and it was a big swing with 2 outs in the 6th. This would feel like a much different game coming down the stretch without that 2 RBI double from Nick Emanuel. 1-1 pitch, swing, and a foul at the plate. Makes the count a ball and 2 strikes. Fastball in the outer half. It was a line shot to left center field to score a pair. Without that swing, Missoula getting a pair in the 7th. 3-run game. Thinking a little bit of a dicey bullpen from the Voyagers. Missoula right in it. 1-2 pitch, another swing and a miss. Challenge fastball, blows it right by Emanuel for strike 3 and the first out of the 8th. Fastball with plenty of oomph on it from Alexander. Came in on the gun at 94 from the right-hander. As Michael Deeb will now jump in. Deeb has been on base 3 times. First pitch from Alexander on the way. Fastball high. 1 ball, no strike count. It's been kind of a similar trend for Great Falls looking at men in their order. Guys have been on base multiple times. 1-0 pitch, despite only having 1 or 2 hits. It's the case for Deeb, who has walked twice. Touched on how Braden Daniel has walked 3 times in the game. Adam Oviedo has also been put on base twice for free. So the 1-1 pitch is outside. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Voyagers leading by 5, 8-3 the score here in the top of the 8th. Still 6 outs to play with for Missoula coming down the stretch. The 2-1 pitch on the way is low and inside, makes the count 3 balls and 1 strike. But surely the one thing Paddleheads pitchers will be trying to do more often next 2 games is attack the zone. 3-1 pitch to Deeb. Swing and a miss at a high fastball up above the belt. 3 ball, 2 strike count now to Deeb. That one was well above the belt and a 3-1 count. Bit of a gift for Alexander there. Count full, time called at the last possible moment by, I believe, Perez behind the plate. No activity in either bullpen here in the 8th with 1 out and the base is empty. Alexander rocks from the first base side, comes home. This one is just low with a fastball. Ball 4 to Deeb. Yet another free pass. That one was close, though. Fastball, borderline pitch, and a 3-2 count. Eddie McCabe will now be the batter. McCabe, 2 hits and a walk. He's 2 for 3. First pitch is a ground ball sharply hit past a dive of O'Connor and into right field. Third hit of the night for Eddie McCabe. Puts runners on at first and second. Voyagers once again threatening with a couple of runners on. They scored 2 in the last half, only to watch the Paddleheads score 2 themselves. They'll take as big of a cushion as they can get coming down the stretch in the last 2 innings. Colbush in the box, 0 for 3. Pitch on the way. Alexander pours in a strike, swing and miss strike. Fastball in the outer half. Nothing in 1 count. Colbush does have pretty good speed coming out of the box, so going to be relatively tough to turn 2. Paddleheads have done that once tonight. A 4.63 earlier on. 0-1 delivery. Low and outside, evens up the count at a ball and a strike. Almost wild to think, touched on the cold conditions weather-wise. By the end of the week, we're supposed to be in the 90s. here in Missoula. How about that? 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and another fastball. Haven't even sniffed 90 degrees to this point, early parts of this summer. Man, it's been wild, too, to see all the high rivers and floods and craziness going on. 1-2 pitch, half swing and a miss. Cole Bush could not stay off that high fastball. He goes down swinging for out number 2 here in the top half of the 8th, as Adam Oviedo will now step into the box. Oviedo, a double back in the 7th, struck out twice, also was hit by a pitch. 8 runs on 10 hits for Great Falls, 3 runs on 8 hits for Missoula, as Oviedo bounces one foul to make the count 0-1. It's been a solid night. Game 1 opposite the Ogden Raptors for the Idaho Falls Chuckers, making a bit of a statement against the top team from the South in Game 1 of that series. 0-1 pitch grounded towards the middle, but to the glove of O'Connor, has it go up on him, throws to first, wide, but they just do get the runner at first. Lot going on that play. O'Connor bobbled it at second, threw wide, but Newman was able to reach out, kept his foot on the bag. A lot of work for a 4-3 putout, but Paddleheads are able to get out of the inning with no runs coming home. Deficit stays at 5, headed to the bottom of the 8th.
At Western Cider, it's all about great cider, good times, and community. As the official cider of the Paddleheads, Western Cider wants to get you to the game. Stop by Western Cider on a home game day, and you could win a free pair of tickets. Bring your Paddleheads enthusiasm to Western Cider on game day. Order a cider and be the first one to tell the bartender, "Go Paddleheads!" And a pair of tickets to that day's game are all yours. Western Cider, 501 North California Street. Open 4 to 8 Monday through Thursday and noon to 8 Friday through Saturday.
The pageantry, the tradition, the competition, the communal aspect. It's what we love about sports. But there's also a stark reality. Sports and money go hand in hand. At Nuanez Now, every other Tuesday, we are proud to present a business angle with Justin Angle, a segment about the overlay of business and sports.
I think as far as products ever created, NFL football is perhaps one of the best products ever created. On par with the iPhones. And its ability to kind of transcend every other competitor in the category. The scarcity of games, the fact that they own Sundays, and then they own that place on the calendar. It's sacred. It's become the religion of sports fans and the religion of the country in many ways.
Tune in every other Tuesday during the 5 o'clock hour to Nuanez Now to hear Justin Angle, a University of Montana business professor, talk with me, Colter Nuanez, about all of the ins and outs of sports and business. A Business Angle is proudly presented by Blackfoot Communications.
We now return to Paddlehead Play-by-Play on ESPN Radio.
Keaton Greenwald will get things started, swinging and missing at the first pitch. DC's from Becerra as we return here in the bottom of the 8th, with Missoula trailing by 5. 8-3 score. 0-1 to Greenwald, misses outside, evens the count at 1. Greenwald, Akins, and Henderson Perez coming up in this frame. For the Paddleheads, 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Another pitch on the outside, Greenwald couldn't handle. 1-2 the count now. Greenwald a single in his last at-bat. 1 for 3 overall. Akins to follow, then Henderson Perez. 1-2, pitch on the way. Way up and in with a fastball. Evens up the count, almost hits Greenwald near his elbow. That one felt good. Near that funny bone area. Imagine that's about one of the roughest places you could take the baseball. The 2-2 misses off the plate. So trying to go inside out was Becerra. Count now full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here in Missoula, base runners are your best friend, trailing by 5. The payoff is a ball hit left center field. This one's going to drop down in front of Braden Daniel. Actually, it will be fielded by Deeb in left center, who will toss it back into the infield. But that a single for Keaton Greenwald. Second hit of the night for Greenwald. Leadoff base runner as Akins will step into the box. Aikens, 1 for 3 thus far. Lefty-lefty matchup with Becerra on the bump. Fouls one back on the first pitch, 0-1. Does Aikens. Action going in the Paddlehead bullpen. Dan Swain, a right-hander, is up and throwing. 0-1 count. Hit there for Greenwald, the 9th of the night for Missoula. 0-1 delivery on its way. Slider, swing and a miss. Aikens way out in front of that one, was badly fooled on that breaking ball. Count quickly, 0-2. Can close the book on Gustafson now. Was responsible for a base runner when the last half inning ended. Overall, a nice night for Gustafson on the hill, in line for his second win of the year. 0-2, pitch to Aikens. Fastball bounced left side. Oviedo handles a tough hop, throws to second for one, on to first, not in time. Voyagers able to get the lead runner Greenwald at second. That will be a 6-4 fielder's choice for the first out of the inning. Aikens now 1 for 4 at the dish. So the final line for Gustafson, 6 1/3, 8 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned. Walked 2, struck out 7. The key for Gustafson, for the most part, was his ability to stay in the stone, something the Paddleheads haven't been able to do on the other side. First pitch on the way to Perez is off the end of the bat, foul. Looking at it, combination Munch, Alexander, and Monsione. So far, through 8 innings pitched, 10 walks. Far too many against an offense like Great Falls. 0-1 to Perez, cut on and missed. Slider on the outside part of the plate makes the count 0-2. Quickly on Perez, who has 2 hits tonight, or got ahead of myself, just 1 hit, an infield hit in the 4th. Bounced into a double play his last time in the box. Has Aikens at first with 1 out, bottom 8. 0-2 pitch is in the dirt, makes the count a ball and 2 strikes. It's been Great Falls from the very start. Voyagers scored 4 runs in the first 3 innings, took a 4-0 advantage. It's been all Voyagers since then. The 1-2 is down low, makes the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Closest the Paddleheads have been since that stretch is just 3 runs. Lead stayed at 3 for a few innings, in innings 4 and 5, before the Voyagers got back on the board again in the 6th and the 7th. 2-2 pitch is low and outside to Henderson Perez. Full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Brandon Riley waits in the on-deck circle. He'll hit in this inning, barring a double play. There's some action, as I mentioned, in the Paddleheads pen. The payoff is in tight for ball 4 to Perez. That puts 2 runners on with 1 out, with Riley coming up. Working in the Paddleheads pen is Dan Swain, a right-hander. Brandon Riley will now be the batter. Riley reached on a walk in his last at-bat. This will be a good matchup for Becerra on the hill, facing the left-handed batting Brandon Riley. Lefty-lefty matchup with Riley in the box. Bottom 8, Paddleheads need to get something rolling with 1 out, trailing by 5. See if Riley can keep it going. First pitch, swing and miss. Actually, a foul tip into the glove of Emmanuel to make the count no balls and 1 strike. Oh and 1. Pitch on the way from Becerra. Line drive, diving attempt. Oviedo can't get it. Base hit into left center. Here comes Aikens around third. He will score easily. Don't look now. Paddleheads cut it to 4. 8-4 now the score on the RBI base hit off the bat of Brandon Riley. RBI number 8 on the season for Brandon Riley. Looks like we are now going to see a conference on the mound as pitching coach Brandon Close is going to come out to talk with Becerra. Becerra. This is his inning, it looks like, as Great Falls doesn't have anything going in their bullpen the other side. May now start to get something rolling. I would imagine if they get anybody up at this point going into the late innings, that it would probably be Montana Quigley, their late inning reliever. And that indeed is what looks like is who's going to get up now in the Great Falls bullpen. He has been Voyagers' late inning specialist to this point. Actually is the Pioneer League leader in saves to this point. He has 5 already for Great Falls. 10 1/3 innings pitched. Just 1 earned run allowed for the right-hander. Kevin Whatley trying to really make this inning interesting with 2 runners on and 1 out. Stands now a 4-run advantage for Great Falls. Becerra sees this one, swung on and popped up into shallow right. Coming in on it is Colbush, and he is going to make the catch on the move. So Whatley on 1 pitch sends a lazy fly ball into right center field, easily corralled for the 2nd out. Quiet night for Whatley, now 0 for 4. So this inning will be left up now to McLean O'Connor to keep it rolling. That should make it interesting, try to get another runner on base. The 4-run ball game now. Need 1 more guy on, in theory, to load the bases to bring the tying run to the dish. McLean O'Connor brought home a run in his last at-bat, an RBI base hit, 1 for 4 overall. Both teams now with 10 hits as well. Despite that, Great Falls doubling up Missoula on the scoreboard. Lead runner is Perez at second with Brandon Riley at first. First pitch to O'Connor is up and in with a fastball. Makes the count 1 ball and no strikes. Quigley is up and throwing. Doesn't take him too long to get greased up in the pen. Swain continues to throw as well. Pitch on the way, 1-0 to O'Connor, a called strike on the outside, even up the count. So we'll most likely see Swain come in to pitch the top of the 9th for Missoula. Only question is what the deficit will be. Stands at 4 now. 1-1 pitch from Becerra, swing and a miss at a challenge fastball. Makes the count a ball and 2 strikes. I say challenge. That thing was at the belt. O'Connor evidently thinking about something different there. That was a good pitch to hit right out over the plate. 1-2 offering on its way. Swing and a miss at an elevated fastball for strike 3. That will end the 8th inning. Paddleheads do tack on a run thanks to Brandon Riley. Deficit is at 4 as we head to the final inning of regulation. Voyagers lead 8-4. Back after this.
Backed by popular demand, the All Nations Health Center and the Missoula Paddleheads are hosting the Indigenous Heritage Celebration June 16th through the 18th at Ogren Park, Allegiance Field in Missoula. On June 16th, enjoy a grand entry, art vendors, and community partners as the Paddleheads take on the Great Falls Voyagers. On June 17th, come see a talent showcase featuring Chance Rush, Milo Smith, Tia Wood, and hosted by Foreshadow. June 18th, enjoy a 5K fun run and walk suitable for all ages right along the picturesque Clark Fork River. Come celebrate all of Montana's indigenous peoples at the Missoula Paddleheads Stadium. The Indigenous Heritage Celebration is presented by All Nations Health Center, the Missoula Paddleheads, and the Missoula Broadcasting Company. For more information, visit online at www.allnations.health or call 406-829-9515 today. In Italian, tagliere means to cut in two. How fitting, because when you visit Taglieri Deli, Missoula's best sandwiches are so mountainous you'll certainly need to cut them in half. From the Food Network to the best of Missoula, the public has spoken, and Taglieri Deli in Missoula has the best sandwiches in the entire Garden City. If you haven't tried Taglieri or you're craving a delicious sandwich, either stop into the deli located next to the roundabout at Higgins and Beckwith, or tune in to Nuanez Now every Tuesday for your chance to win. Taglieri Deli and ESPN Missoula providing you free sandwiches every Tuesday.
Away from your radio? Stream Paddlehead Baseball live on 1029ESPN.com or on the TuneIn Radio app. Now, back to the ballpark.
Ninth inning about to begin here at Allegiance Field, Ogren Park. It's the Great Falls Voyagers leading the Missoula Paddleheads 8-4 as we return to action. Game one of this three-game set. And as anticipated, we have a new pitcher coming out to pitch the ninth inning. The Newton, Mass native, Dan Swain, will take the ball for this half inning, the very hard-throwing right-hander. Swain, this is his sixth appearance out of the bullpen. 5 innings pitched for the right-hander. 5 hits allowed, a couple of runs, 5 Ks. Very hard-throwing right-hander. Braden Daniel, been the key cog offensively for Great Falls, leads off the frame. What production from the top of the order from Daniel. First pitch about to come from Swain. Here it is. This one down low for ball one. Changeup to start the at-bat. 1-0 count. Swain, kind of a three-pitch guy. Changeup, heavy fastball, and a power curve. A lot of break with that curve. He's got that pitch rolling. It is nasty. 1-0 pitch on the way. Fastball, knee-high, called a strike on the inside. Even count now, a ball and 1 strike. Mentioned a heavy fastball from Swain. It will run low to mid-90s. Previous one was at 93 on the gun. 1-1 the count to Braden Daniel. Swain working pretty quickly. Daniel, a home run in his last at-bat. The 1-1 delivery on its way. There's the power breaking ball, and that one is up and in. Touched on the crazy amount of break on that power curve. That pitch had 21 inches of induced vertical break and 12 inches of horizontal break. Wow. Impressive. 2-1 pitch on the way to Daniel is low. Fastball missing there, 3-1 the count. And if Daniel were to get on base, it would be his 6th time reaching base in the game. 6. 3-1 is the count. Daniel has walked 3 times. Swain in danger of walking Daniel to lead off this inning. 3-1 offering, here it comes. Swing and a rocket foul. Off to the right, look out. Over towards the Blackfoot party deck. Yellow. 3-2 is the count to Daniel. 2-run home run in the 7th. Last time the Voyagers were on the board. Also singled home run in the 2nd inning. Pair of 2-run rallies in those 2 innings for Great Falls. Count full at 3-2. Runge to follow, then Atwood. 1-2-3, the payoff to Daniel. Not close, ball 4, breaking ball, missed badly. And Brayton Daniel reaches base again to lead off the 9th. I can't remember the last time I saw a batter reach base 6 times in one game. That is wild. As Colin Runge will now come into the box. And it's just kind of showcased how the Voyagers have gotten the better of Missoula in game 1 of this series. First pitch to Runge on the way. Fastball right down the pipe for strike 1. 0-1 the count to Runge. He doubled home Brayton Daniel in the top of the 1st. And it's been Great Falls in front ever since. 8-4 game here in the 9th. Target away from Perez. Swain set up high. Daniel, a fair-sized lead, takes off. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, throw down to second, not in time, and it skips into center field. That will allow Daniel to move up to third. Daniel got a great jump. Perez probably should have just hung on to that ball. Michael Schlack comes out of the dugout, and I think he saw maybe Daniel interfered at second base with O'Connor trying to cover the bag at second. He's going to get the umpires to talk about it. So Schlack immediately came out of the dugout after that play at second base where the ball skipped into center field, and they're going to call Daniel safe, saying that he did not interfere with the play at second on the throw. So the count quickly 0-2. Give Daniel his second stolen base in the game. Also advances to third on the throwing error by Perez. So now 2 errors in the game on Missoula. 0-2 the count to Runge. Swain sets up high and fires. This one a breaking ball that misses low and away. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Talk about filling up the stat sheet. Reaching base 6 times, 2 steals, a home run. What else can you do in a game? 1-2 with nobody out. Runge waits. Here it comes. Breaking ball, not even close. Ball 2. Feel for that power curve hasn't seemed to be there in the early parts of this inning. Saw him throw it in a 2-strike count, 3-2 to Daniel. Missed badly up high, as he did right there. Even count at 2 to Runge. Top 9, 8-4 advantage for Great Falls. Bat rested on the shoulder of the pitch. Strike 3 with that power curve. The high parts of the zone. Runge didn't like the call. That looked like a nasty pitch from Swain. Don't think he has an argument whatsoever, does Runge. That one definitely looked to be in the zone. Swain will take it to record out number 1. It has been a long night at the plate for Andy Atwood, who steps in. Change that a little bit in this at-bat. Infield comes in. First pitch is fouled away to the right. Saying a wrong night, maybe putting it lightly. Atwood coming into this at-bat's got an 0 for 5 going with the golden sombrero. I don't even know what you call a 5-strikeout game at the plate. 3 is the hat trick, 4 is the golden sombrero. Well, maybe we can think of something. I have to put my thinking cap on. 0-1. Swain sets up high and fires. Breaking ball off the plate. Have to be a hat that bests a sombrero. That's got to be the key. A ball and a strike. Because a sombrero, I mean a top hat, definitely not. He may be in style, but in size and no way. 1-1 pitch is inside, 2 balls and a strike. I guess that's what happens. After dark on ESPN Radio. Debating on what hat seems more powerful than a sombrero. Just having some fun here on 102.9 ESPN. 2-1 count with 1 out. Atwood waits. Swain sets and fires. This one way outside for ball 3. 3 ball, 1 strike count to Atwood. I'm sure the way this game has gone for him, he would take a free pass. Any way to get on base. Give himself any type of positive memory from this one. Great Falls bullpen is quiet. I'm a bit surprised to see that. Figured they'd have Quigley getting loose. 3-1. Swain throws. This one off the plate for ball 4. An easy take for Atwood. Second free pass issued in the frame for Swain, just kind of fitting on what's been going on all night on the mound for the Paddleheads as Riley Jepson will step in. And typically, the free passes isn't been something that has been a huge problem for Missoula either. Strikeout walk ratio as a staff coming into tonight, very strong. Jepson stands in with runners at the corners. First pitch, a line drive through the left side of the infield. RBI single for Riley Jepson, giving the Voyagers some breathing room here in the top of the ninth. Lead back up to 5. First hit of the night for Riley Jepson as well. Give him now 12 RBIs on the season. Again, the strikeout walk ratio in 147 innings entering play tonight. Paddleheads 169 strikeouts compared to 59 walks. So very good strikeout walk ratio. Nick Emanuel now comes into the box with 2 runners on and 1 out. Pitch to Emanuel. Curveball, strike on the inside part of the plate. Good pitch there from Swain to make the count 0-1. But just game 1 of this series, still 2 left, and a lot to think about. If you're manager Michael Schlack, what you want to try to do differently against this Great Falls club. 0-1, pitch to Emanuel is a fastball off the plate. Evens the count at a ball and 1 strike. Nick Emanuel, a double, a 2-run double in the 6th after coming in for Tyler Krabby, who led off the 5th with a single, but then came up lame after the play. 1-1 with 1 out. Swain sets and delivers the pitch. This one, a breaking ball that's left up high. 2 balls and a strike. That seems to have been the trend in this inning with that power breaker, just keeps leaving it upstairs. 2-1 with 1 out. Run in for Great Falls, led by as many as 7 in the game, up by 5 right now. 2-1 delivery on the way. Fastball, a little bloop into center field. Racing in is Greenwald. He's going to have to play it on a hop. Stopping at third is Braden Daniel on that flare single off the bat of Nick Emanuel. Bases are loaded now with 1 out with Michael Deeb coming into the box. 12 hits now in the game for Great Falls. Advantage at 5. Voyagers looking for some thunder here in the 9th. Maybe looking for the knockout blow. And extending the lead out a bit, thing it lets him do is save Quigley. First pitch on the way to Michael Deeb is popped up foul, left side. 0-1. We touched on the depth issue for Great Falls. Saw Becerra pitch tonight. He'll probably continue his outing in the bottom of the 9th inning with Voyagers leading by this margin. But Quigley's been good out of the bullpen, as has Quigley. But other than that, pitch on the way is swung on and fouled off to the left. Not a whole lot of other help. Matt Thomas has gotten knocked around in the bullpen, as has Brad Demko, another one of their relievers. Carter Linton hasn't had much success. So other than those 2 guys in the pen, not much depth there for the Voyagers. When you can save your bullpen coming down the stretch, that's a win. If you're Tommy Thompson. 0-2 pitch is a line drive over Newman's head down the right field line. That's going to score at least 2, as Atwood scores. Right behind is Jepson. That's a 2-run double off the bat of Michael Deeb. Score is now 11-4, as that may be the blow that does it here in this one. That ball was roasted off the bat of Michael Deeb, his second hit of the night. Fifth time on base for Deeb in the game. So Braden Daniels been on base 6 times, and Michael Deeb has been on base 5. As Eddie McCabe steps in with 2 runners on at second and third. First pitch to McCabe is up high for ball 1. So again, that breaking ball just not there from Dan Swain on the mound. The RBI for Deeb gives him 14 on the year. 1-0 count. McCabe waits. Pitch on the way to him. Breaking ball again, missing high. Makes the count 2 balls and no strikes. There is some action that's going to get going in the Voyager pen. I think that's Andy Atwood. We've seen him pitch in spots like this in the late innings when Tommy Thompson elects to try to save the bullpen. 2-0 to McCabe is off the end of the bat, foul towards the Great Falls dugout. This Great Falls offense has worn Missoula out offensively, doing it once again in double digits. 11-4 advantage here in the ninth. 2-1 the count to Eddie McCabe. Chance to knock in a couple of runs to extend the lead here with 2 runners on at second and third. 2-1 offering on the way. This one off the end of the bat again, fouled off to the right. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Looking ahead to tomorrow's action, it's like the Voyagers are set to send Aravallo to the mound. It's a scheduled starter for tomorrow. Pablo Aravallo, 2-2 pitch. It's off the outside. Guy that's had success in 1 start against Missoula. 8 innings pitched in 1 outing at Centene Stadium. Count full. First base is open. 1 out recorded in this half inning. Voyagers already 3 runs on the board, matching their largest lead in the game as well in this inning. Count full to McCabe. Colbush to follow. Swain fires the payoff. This one bounced into home plate, ball 4. That is the 3rd walk issued by Swain in the inning. Colbush will step in with the bases loaded and 1 out. Colbush has struck out 3 times. 0 for 4 overall. Looking to join the Golden Sombrero Club. Have 2 guys in the order in the Golden Sombrero Club. Wouldn't that be an interesting juxtaposition? Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss at a fastball up. 0-1 the count. Because how often would you see 2 separate batters in the order finish with 4 or more strikeouts, and then have in the same batting order 2 guys that have reached 5 times in the game? Talk about outhouse or castle, my gosh. 0-1 pitch is a strike at the belt. Makes the count 0-2. Colbush didn't like it. The high part of the zone, borderline pitch, 0-2 with 1 out, bases loaded. And Swain get him to give him the Golden Sombrero. 1 out. Pitch from Swain. Breaking ball up high. Makes the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. There is some activity going now in the Missoula bullpen down the left field line. John LaRosa is up. 1-2 is the count with 1 out. I would imagine Michael Schlack would prefer to not use LaRosa in this inning. 1-2 on the way. Fastball up and in. Makes the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And it could be that LaRosa isn't planning to come on into the game, maybe electing to throw some pitches in the bullpen just to get some work. Voyagers lead by 7. We've seen LaRosa pitch so well at times in late inning situations. 2-2, pitch to Colbush, swing and a miss. Pitch on the inside, and there's the golden sombrero for the second out of the inning. What a interesting situation that is. You've got Colbush and Andy Atwood, both with 4 Ks apiece, but then you got Michael Deeb and Braden Daniel having reached 11 times combined. You just don't often see that in the same game with 4 different players. First pitch on the way to Oviedo is a called strike on the outside, makes the count 0-1. So usually if an offense is seeing success, you're seeing at least some semblance of it up and down the order. Not like kind of either smoking hot or really not. Just kind of interesting to see it that way. Pitch to Oviedo 0-1 is low and inside to even up the count at a ball and a strike. 3 runs on the board in this inning for the Voyagers. The big swing, a 2 RBI double off the bat of Michael Deeb. Also an RBI base hit for Riley Jepson in this frame. Base is still loaded for Great Falls with 2 outs. 1-1 to Adam Oviedo. Pitch on the way is to the backstop. Goes right back to Perez, though. Got a crazy carom off the backstop. Hit the concrete up above the protective netting. Ended up ricocheting right back to the glove of Perez. Good heads-up base running from Great Falls. Would have been real easy to get caught up that time, taking off or at least taking some sort of a secondary lead after the ball got by Perez, with it going right back to his glove. If Emmanuel was off the third base bag at all, Perez could have gunned him down easily for an out. 2-1 the count to Oviedo. The pitch, check swing, a called strike. High part of the zone makes the count even at 2. Oviedo does have a double in the game. Doubled in the 7th off the top of the wall. His only hit, he's 1 for 4. Swain just looking to get the last out of this inning. It's been an adventure. 2-2. The righty kicks and throws. Swing and a miss at a fastball off the outside part of the plate. That will conclude things here in the 8th. So Swain ends up striking out the side in the frame. Also walked 3 batters in the inning as the Voyagers saw all 9 batters come to the plate in the top of the 9th, and they score 3 runs, and they hold a comfortable 11-4 advantage as we head to the bottom half of the 9th inning.
Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment is a local, family-owned business and proud sponsor of Missoula PaddleHeads baseball. Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer carries a wide variety of truck and trailer accessories, gooseneck and dump equipment. Anytime you want to maximize your flatbed, have hauling needs, require specialized fabrication, or need trailer repair, get the job done right. For professional advice, go to the experts at Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment, 5680 Expressway in Missoula, or check out their inventory at www.rmtte.com.
Satisfaction is guaranteed when you choose Missoula Realty. Locally owned and operated, the team at Missoula Realty has over 100 years of combined experience. As the old saying goes, it takes a village. And in this real estate market, it takes a team. See the difference a team can make. Call Missoula Realty today. Missoula Realty has a solution for every single client, from the experienced investor to the first-time homebuyer. But hey, don't take our word for it. Read unfiltered testimonials and reviews from our past clients online at ratedagent.com. Missoula Realty, 406-549-0094.
If you're a gun enthusiast, you already know firearms and ammunition are as hard to come by these days as ever. Stay up to date with all the inventory both in-house and online at Selway Armory by signing up for Selway's newsletter. The Selway Armory newsletter will not only provide you updates on what's in stock at 2825 Stockyard Road, Unit E6. Signing up for the newsletter will also enter you for a chance to win free ammunition. And remember, even if the Selway warehouse doesn't have it in stock, you can always check out SelwayArmory.com. Selway Armory, your local firearms expert.
ESPN Radio for Western Montana, KKVU HD3 Stevensville, and 102.9 FM on K275BS Missoula.
Hey, this is manager Michael Schlack, and you're listening to Missoula PaddleHeads Baseball on ESPN Missoula 102.9.
Well, sound the alarm. I guess you can't quite sound it all that loud for Andy Atwood coming out to pitch for Great Falls Voyagers. He's made somewhat of a habit of doing so in late innings. Tommy Thompson does it to preserve pitching in lopsided affairs. This is Atwood's 4th appearance coming out of the bullpen. Will be Cam Thompson leading things off. Good part of the Paddleheads order to get something going. That's the good news. The bad news is Missoula needs to score 7 times just to tie this game. Interestingly enough, in 2 1/3, Atwood has not given up any runs as Thompson pops one up. Left side of the infield, drifting into the outfield is Oviedo, and he puts it away. Shortstop records out number 1 as Thompson sent back into the dugout for out number 1. Jason Newman will now jump into the box. Thompson most likely will finish the night 2 for 5. Jason Newman has been on base twice so far, 3 times rather, so a successful night coming back off the inactive list as Atwood fires in a ball just off the plate, a fastball. Does have a good amount of velocity coming in there from Atwood, 87 on the gun, 1-0 delivery. Another fastball, low part of the zone. This one called a strike. Some natural sink on it from Atwood on the mound. Even count now at a ball and a strike to Newman. 1-1, 1 out. Pitch from Atwood is a ground ball left side coming in as Runge comes up on him, recovers, throws to first just in time to throw out Newman. Didn't field that ball cleanly at third, did Runge, but able to stick with it just long enough to throw out Newman. And the Paddleheads are down to their final out here in the bottom of the 9th. Will be up to Nick Gatewood to try to keep this ball game alive. He can't. Voyagers would take game 1. Gatewood, an RBI base hit back in the 3rd. Got the Paddleheads on the board, make it a 4-run game. Pitch on the way is a line drive up the middle. Drifting back on it is Braden Daniel, and he can't get it as it goes over his head and to the wall. Gatewood will stop at second. Paddleheads have a pulse here in the 9th on a double off the bat of Nick Gatewood. Looks like Daniel had a shot to get to that ball in center field, but kind of lost his footing trying to backpedal on it. It was well struck off the bat of Gatewood. 103 miles an hour coming off the bat. Into dead center field. That brings Keaton Greenwalt into the box with 2 gone. 2 for 5 is Gatewood now. Single and a double. Keaton Greenwalt now into the box with a man in scoring position. Touchdown how Greenwalt was in a bit of a funk in his last 5 or 6 games. Only 4 hits in his last 6. But a multi-hit game tonight. Step in the right direction for Greenwalt. 1-0. It's been so great defensively in the outfield. The 1-0 pitch is inside. 2-ball, no strike count. Despite the struggles at the dish, I'm sure that's a big reason why Michael Schlack has kept him out there. It's because of the great center field that he's played this season. We've seen him make highlight catches, chasing down balls everywhere. 2-0 pitch is popped up. Shallow left field, Deeb coming in. This should do it. He's underneath it, and he makes the catch on the move for out number 3. And the Voyagers have taken game 1 of this 3-game set over the Paddleheads by a final of 11-4. We'll come back to wrap it up after this. Voyagers victorious.
Runners to your mark. Set.
Some may see a sprinter. At the NFHS, we see a future leader already off to the races. Some may see a volleyball player At the NFHS, we see a spike in confidence that will help her achieve her potential. What else do we see? Musicians learning to march to their own beat. We're the NFHS, the national leader and advocate for high school athletics and activities in America, helping today's teenagers develop the skills they need to become tomorrow's leaders. And we see it happening in communities across Montana every single day. Learn more about the NFHS commitment to youth at nfhs.org. This message presented by the NFHS, the National Federation of State High School Associations.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Away from your radio? Stream Paddlehead Baseball live on 1029ESPN.com. Now back to the ballpark.
Game 1 in the books, all Voyagers from start to finish on this Wednesday night. 2 batters into the game, as I mentioned through the broadcast. Great Falls had the lead, and they would never look back in an 11-4 win. Missoula kind of hung around in the middle innings, 3-4 run deficit, but coming down the stretch, Great Falls extended the advantage, scoring 7 runs in the final 4 innings to pull away. But despite the crooked number on the scoreboard, if you ask Michael Schlack, I think he would tell you that most of it was, we shouldn't say most of it, a big part of it was self-inflicted wounds from the Paddleheads pitching staff, as in the ball game, Paddleheads pitchers did strike out 14 batters, but they also walked 13 and hit a couple more. Far too many free passes to an offense like this that has a number of players that have been off to a great start offensively. Despite that, you just got to tip your cap. Good performance by Great Falls. The other side, Missoula, is going to have to figure out a better way to attack this Great Falls offense. They've done a great job against Billings, honing them in that 6-game winning streak, but now that is history. As the Voyagers pick up win number 14, Missoula falls to 11-7 on the year. And Missoula now 2 games look to right the ship, pick up a series win, try to get some momentum. Paddleheads hitting the road after this 3-game series. Losing pitcher Rafael Monsión, the win goes to Shane Gustafson, his 2nd of the year, who was solid on the mound for the Voyagers. In 6 1/3, he gave up 8 hits, but only 2 runs despite that high hit total. Did a pretty good job keeping the leadoff runners on. Missoula only saw 3 leadoff men reach in the game, 3 for 9. But he picks up the win. Andy Atwood also pitched a clean 9th inning. Position player pitching for the Voyagers. Who knows? Maybe they'll start to use him in more high-leverage situations if he continues to put zeros up for the Great Falls Voyagers. Final stat line in this one, 11 runs, 13 hits for Great Falls, just 1 error committed. Missoula, 4 runs on 11 hits. They made 2 errors. We'll be back on the air tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Paddleheads and Voyagers, Game 2 of the series. Great Falls will be looking to clinch a series win. Missoula, chance to knot things up at a game apiece. As always, my thanks to Tommy Evans for keeping us rolling here.